return to flight mission. But on top of that, they're also launching the Sentinel-2, by the way, which is a pretty large spacecraft. Sentinel-2 is like a little over a 1-ton spacecraft that's being developed by ESA, if I'm not mistaken. So that should be pretty good. So yeah, Sentinel-2 should be the actual payload and the actual mission. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to update all of the things here. I totally am off my game getting home as late as I am. All right, there we go. So yeah, Sentinel is actually a large 1-ton, like 1.1 metric ton spacecraft that's in sun synchronous orbit, or going to sun synchronous orbit, I should say. And then let me go ahead and update the title for KSP here. Boom. This is going to be Vega C return to flight launch coverage, and that's going to be in the science and technology class. Boom, save it, updated, great, grand, wonderful. So let's go ahead and cut the music and let's get over into our launch coverage, shall we, chat? Boom.
With Airbus France responsible for the innovative high-resolution multispectral imager.
Yes, and it's the first Earth observation mission of its kind to include 3 bands in what we call the red edge. But what's the red edge? It's a special type of light beyond the visible red spectrum.
Vega C,
it is used to detect subtle changes in plant health invisible to the naked eye. That means that the Sentinel-2s give us key evidence about the health of the world's vegetation. It is very important for global food insecurity, and they can also help in urban planning, decision-making during emergencies, or understanding our coastal water, which is very important as we face demand for water.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Sentinel-2C is traveling on board the light launcher Vega, as we said earlier. It was designed primarily to carry small satellites like Sentinel-2C, Earth observation and scientific payloads to different orbits close to Earth. And today is the last flight for the first generation base model, so it's kind of important, isn't it?
That's right. We launched the first Vega from the spaceport 12 years ago. So today is the 22nd launch, and next we hand over to the upgraded version Vega C. The Vega program is a great example of teamwork between 10 European countries.
Yes, and of course the prime is Avio, the prime contractor for Vega and Vega C, and Arianespace operates it. Vega has delivered some very important spacecraft over those 12 years, so I think this is a very good time for us to take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, this one only has 2. Yeah, it's the they're retiring this particular version. So yeah, just kind of reiterate now that I'm finally set up Streamwise. So this particular mission, Vega, is actually set to be retired. This is the 22nd flight of this particular configuration, and it's going to be the final one. Why? Because this is the old model of Vega that's going to be launching the Sentinel 2C spacecraft. And Sentinel 2 is one of a couple of Sentinel 2 spacecraft. Basically, we have Sentinel 2A and Sentinel 2B, and now we have Sentinel 2C, and these are all developed by ESA in one of their programs. I believe their Copernicus program, I believe is what it's called, and they're essentially designed to do land and sea monitoring and like natural disaster mapping and things like that. So that's what this vehicle is set to do. Sentinel itself, like I said, is like 1.1 metric tons, and if I'm not mistaken, Vega's like absolute maximum launch capacity is essentially this. Like Vega's in this configuration, maximum lift capacity is like 1.5 metric tons, and this is 1.1 metric tons, and this is going to polar orbit. So yeah, this should be like right on what Vega should actually be able to do in terms of rough maximum launch capacity. What's up, Misadventures? How are you? If a rocket returns to flight on its last launch, has it returned to flight at all? There's a philosophical question for you. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, you know, I actually want to confirm that because it's been forever, but I'm pretty sure the last Vega, albeit I believe this was, ooh, look at that chat, the IXV. So IXV is now Space Rider. Space Rider is supposed to be essentially what the X-37B is, but for ESA. It's supposed to be a reusable lifting body style of design. Very, very cool. It's almost like Dream Chaser in a way. It has the external service module at the back. But yeah, it's supposed to be a reusable space transport for experiments and things like that. But if I'm not mistaken, the last Vega launch did in fact suffer a failure. Now, I don't believe it was this particular configuration of Vega, but it was the last Vega that had the issue, if I'm not mistaken. So, but yeah, that's something to keep in mind.
Tones, thanks to the
Vega C is the next one after this. Vega C is the next one after this. Okay.
Stage, a new fairing and updated ground infrastructures. But for now, let's set some good vibes to the first Vega for its last flight.
Vega.
Vega.
There we go.
Yeah,
Updated the title. So that's the next one. That's going to be the Vega C return. Yep.
So,
gotcha.
Right
Thank you,
now,
Thomas.
At this kind of point before launch, 6.5 minutes, you can see the screens here.
So there you can see
Mission Control
the
Center.
proper flight trajectory that we should see. Basically, if we start to see the vehicle deviate from this green line, so the actual vehicle's trajectory will show up in yellow. If we start to see it deviating from this line at any time, there's a problem. We actually saw that on the last Vega C flight, where you could clearly see somewhere around here on the upper stage, when the upper stage failed to fire or ignite or had whatever problem the upper stage had. You could clearly see the divergence between the green and the yellow line as the mission kept going. I hope they ever let us know how they fix the missing Avom tanks. Yep, that'd be good. That'd be good. That mission control looks so cool. It is a pretty slick mission control, no doubt.
Blockhouse. This is where we get the rocket and its pad ready for liftoff. Right now, some of the teams are watching over these final important operations in the countdown. Others are doing actual operations and switching systems on and off. So you can see a door at the end of the room. This leads to another room where the technical authorities are. They are constantly monitoring the systems in real time. If anything seems off track, they communicate and troubleshoot. The frontline teams here at the Guyana Space Center are supported by another team of experts.
So they're in
Europe.
Finch, Guyana?
That's right. They are in
On the north coast of South America?
Near Rome.
Yeah, they're the Avio's technical support unit. They are also following the launch in
And this
real
is an
time.
Italian
It
launch
means
vehicle.
more brain on the job, and it's
Yeah,
good
developed
for
by Avio.
solving issues as fast as possible.
You can never have too many brains on the job.
Of course.
It's kind of funny to show that though, just because like, so this is being operated, if I'm not mistaken, by Ariane Space, but it is also an Italian launch vehicle, Italian developed by Avio. But as you saw there, that was basically Avio's critical flight team. So if anything goes wrong, they can be on the call and be like in the know as it's happening with the launch vehicle. But it was just like a small conference room with like 4 people.
People are closely monitoring them all.
It does so with passion. That's right. That's right. So T-minus 4 minutes here. And this is a solid rocket system. So solid rocket launch vehicle.
I couldn't hear there, but I think we have announced the beginning of the synchronized sequence. So we'll be hearing the voice of the Range Operations Manager throughout the launch, of course. We have a fixed launch time today. We don't have a launch window. So teams have been working here at the Guyana Space Center for 2 months now to get the rocket and the satellite ready for today. We call this preparation process the launch campaign.
This thing really moves off the pad.
What's been
Yeah.
happening during that time?
What's great about any oh nice, all of the transport systems there, you can see. Oh, that's awesome. The first stage right there on its pedestal. Awesome. Yeah, so vertically integrated in their pad structure. Look at that nozzle though, chat. That's not the first stage, is it? I don't think that's the first stage. Yeah, there's the first stage there. That's the second stage. But yeah, pretty awesome. Vega itself has a pretty high thrust to weight ratio. This is a 3-stage rocket with basically a liquid fuel upper stage called the Avum. So the upper stage, essentially, it's like a kick stage, if you will. It's just designed to take the spacecraft wherever it gets dropped off by the solid rocket motors. Remember, solid rocket motors are not throttleable in the same sense that liquid rocket systems are. So you don't get the same necessarily exact performance on orbital insertion from solid rocket motors, especially with their instabilities and things like that. It's hard to get an exact orbital insertion with solid rocket systems. So they have a liquid upper stage. Solid rockets tend to move right now. Yes, indeed. I kind of hope they skip any upgrades to Vega C and go right to Vega E. Want to see that M10 Methalox engine. Yeah, they're definitely already planning upgrades to the Vega family, just like Ariane with their Ariane 5, now Ariane 6. Should be starting to see way more systems coming out of Ariane space, which is only a good thing, especially with the recent basically increase in funding that ESA is finally able to get and give to the European space economy. It's not like a lot. It's not in comparison to the United States, but it's definitely, we're starting to finally see the benefits of it, which is really good.
As you mentioned, Damien, the weather's looking good. It's been very hot here in French Guiana. So let's listen to the range operations manager.
To remove solids altogether from Vega and go right to full Methalox, now that would be wild. That'd be a wild turn. That would be that would be very outside of Avio and Ariane Space's modus operandi.
We're live at the European Spaceport in French Guiana for the launch of Sentinel-2C.
All right, chat, here we go.
Our very best wishes to all the teams.
It is going to yeet off the pad, chat. Didn't freeze, right? Okay. Yep, 100% throttle immediately. So again, this is Sentinel-2C going into polar orbit. That's a slight retrograde orbit, 96 degrees inclined. Nope, no countdown. Oh, and there it goes, chat, and it's gone. Vehicle's cleared the tower and is already pitching down range. Through the clouds. Man, that took off fast. Nice. They forgot to pipe in the mission control feed, so it would seem. Ooh, nice shot. French Guiana on the north coast of South America. Ooh, look at that. The stands are full for this mission. From all the employees and stakeholders down there. So this is going to be the first stage of Vega. Looking good. The camera's having a little trouble with the tracking it through the clouds and getting the getting the exposure right. Ooh, that looks good.
They're off. Sentinel-2C and Vega.
Was she holding her breath?
Blazing a trail across the equatorial skies.
I think she was holding her breath, chat.
Europe's spaceport in French Guiana, heading north out over the Atlantic towards the Caribbean islands, burning the first 3 stages. The first stage, of course, burning now, getting us away from the gravity of the Earth. Vega really shoots into the sky, David.
It's an oversimplification.
Yeah, it does, and we could feel the rumble tumble here in the commentary cabin. So
the rumble tumble.
The P-80
delivers
a powerful thrust.
Don't worry, chat. Again, that's just clouds.
30 tons, equivalent to twice
or the exposure of the camera.
It just results in a very rapid acceleration. So the first stage, its mass in
first
propellant
stage
is,
looks like it was trailing off there.
It's made of a special material called
filament. There it goes. Stage set.
And we're looking here at
Decollage.
fantastic images.
You can kind of hear them in the
Separation
background.
there of the
So yep, see, there's the
P80
trajectory I was talking about, chat.
first stage, and
There's the trajectory right there. You can see how the
switch
yellow was on
of
top of the green.
second
That's good.
stage,
We want to see that.
Z23.
What a
So
job to watch
at this
rocket
point in
launches.
time,
Yeah,
we've
truly.
lost about 2/3 of our weight, and we're hearing that the propulsion is nominal. So
We are
the
2.5
trajectory
minutes
is
into flight.
nominal. And of course, the
Second
idea
stage
to
is
get rid of
on
mass
target.
when it's no longer needed.
Looking
As
good on
soon
the
as each
trajectory
solid
there.
stage has used its propellant, yes, we jettison it. So that's why we split a rocket into different stages to avoid dragging unnecessary mass into space.
And we're burning the Z23 second stage, Z for Zafiro, which is a
Zafiro.
type of wind, a gentle and favorable west wind.
It is often
Oh, you're going
associated
north.
with bringing speed and good weather. It very much aligns with the goal of the Vega launcher, which aims at providing reliable
Oh, yeah.
and efficient access to
SRBs are
space. So,
fantastic
really,
at
it's a
getting off the
poetic
pad
nod to the
immediately.
idea of a smooth and successful journey.
And the fairing at the front of the rocket there, you can see.
I did, yeah, I
Sentinel-2C
responded to you. Probably
inside.
not today, RJ.
And we're getting news there that coming towards the end of the.
So we're already about
burning of the
halfway, just over
Z23.
halfway, the required velocity to get into
Our
orbit.
Altitude there on the top right-hand side, 113 kilometers above the Earth, and bottom, the vitesse is our speed, traveling at nearly 4 kilometers per
Yeah,
second.
the animation isn't tied
Separation
into the
there
telemetry.
of the second stage, and there's
So they're
a short
rotating it,
delay
it's rolling.
before we then get the ignition of the third stage.
There
That's
it
to
goes.
avoid any collisions up in space.
There we go, and we have our velocity track back.
Absolutely.
4 kilometers per second. So we need essentially
So-
around
And we have separation now
7.9
of the
kilometers
fairing
per
that's been
second
jettisoned. We don't
to
need
really
it
be
anymore.
in a good
And if you look
orbital
at
configuration.
The altitude, we're
Vehicle's pitching up.
30 kilometers above Earth. We're hearing that the propulsion is nominal, and so is the trajectory.
We're already
Everything going
above the Kármán
according
line,
to plan.
133
We can see
kilometers
Sentinel
altitude.
2C, Damien. For the first time, it's that gold structure at the front.
Nice,
Yeah, so
Aster.
we
I
can
didn't know
see
that.
the 3.4 meter long satellite attached to the Avum upper stage. So the gold part is a thermal insulation. It was specifically
Mylar,
designed
multi-layer
in the 50s
insulation.
to protect satellites from the extreme temperatures in space. And since then, it
It's
has been
basically
de- it
7
has been
layers of
developed
different
for all kinds
materials
of uses
to
here
help
on Earth.
reflect
That
heat,
includes
help
emergency blankets, like
protect
the one you
against
might have in your car.
radiation and the vacuum of
Well,
space
I
and
don't
things like
actually
that.
have one in my car, but I know the
Atomic
ones you mean. They're
oxygen,
crinkly,
all that jazz.
and noisy. And you can see there we've lifted off from the Guyana Space Center. The Galileo was the tracking station here, and now we're using San.
All right, we have another
If you look at the picture there, you can see the
2 kilometers per second to go
today.
before we're in
Yes,
space.
it is to maximize reliability and efficiency while meeting the satellite's power requirements. So satellites must
the
be as
Avum upper
lightweight
stage?
as possible, as you know, and
The liquid fuel basically kick stage here is basically in that side, that payload attachment fitting. So this entire thing right here will actually separate, and that will be basically the final stage. Like I said, it's a liquid stage to make sure we can get pinpoint accurate orbital insertion, since otherwise solids are not throttleable, so it's really hard to get a specific target orbit, a very accurate target orbit.
Kind of a 3D animation of what's been planned right now in space, and they're pretty well as close as we can get to real-time imagery, aren't they?
yes, so
Don't
our,
worry, the
mission
animation
analysis,
is a
teams plan
little-
precise set of events, and we put that in a computer.
But the target
and
track
it
is what
shows
we
us the
really want to
behavior
see.
that
Target
they have
track is good.
predicted, that includes orientation with respect to the Earth and the Sun.
Essentially,
We
it's
put a lot of effort
burning
into it to make it
slightly
true to life. The satellite is modeled
radial
from,
in
3D
order to
plans,
help
obviously,
push out
for the textures
the
of the different
periapsis,
parts of
because
the
right now it's still on a
satellite. We use,
suborbital trajectory.
photos to try and reproduce how they really look like. For instance, the
They
thermal
aren't
insulation
throttleable,
that we
no.
just mentioned.
I would contend to
And
say
it-
that
it's
they are
really
not
useful to
throttleable.
have
They are
those images, 'cause
configurable,
of
but they're
course
not
the problem with
throttleable.
space is that it's in space.
can't
so actually
throttle
can't
them.
See what's happening. Getting close now to separation.
And
there we
they're
go,
set.
of the third
So we have
stage.
another
That's,
400 meters
been
per second or so, maybe
confirmed.
500 meters per
And
second
so we've got away
uh,
from Earth in 6.5 minutes.
in order to get into orbit.
This is the
Aggressive
speed,
maneuver to
of
keep it
course,
from
that we're
eating up.
traveling
Yeah, I
at
wonder if that was
kilometers,
actually
7.5.
telemetry driven or if the animation was just trying to, it was just the animation. What's up, Kyle Gamer? How are you? And Evie, how are you guys doing on the YouTube side? Hope y'all are doing well.
It's the east coast of Canada. We're
So far, so good on the mission,
crossing the
though.
Arctic and
All
back
three
down
stages
into Southeast
so far
Asia.
worked well. Like I said, the last Vega mission had, I believe, the second stage, right? Go pop. So although this is not the same configuration of the launch vehicle as the one that did pop, so far we're looking good.
And stripe by stripe.
I'm just going to stop you there. We've had confirmation of acquisition of signal at Bermuda.
Okay,
So, yes,
still
strike by
getting
strike.
contact.
Yes. So the Sentinel-2s peel very wide stripes. Each swathe is nearly 300 kilometers, so they can image our entire planet in 5 days.
Amazing. And we've got the switch on time now. This is the scheduled moment to switch on the engine of the Avum
All right.
upper stage. We have that confirmed.
We have
This is an
confirmation of the
important
Avum upper stage
moment,
ignition.
Actually, in the flight trajectory is nominal, we're hearing. We've really started the next phase now of this part of the journey, because the Avum or Avum has taken the wheel, and his job is
Avum?
to
I really haven't
deliver
ever heard that
our passenger
pronunciation
to its
before. I thought it was always
required
Avum.
orbit.
Yes, it must be very precise. We must release Sentinel to see on exactly the right injection orbit, nearly 800 kilometers altitude, with the correct inclination, which is
Still climbing in
98.5
altitude, as we can see. We're
degrees.
basically just coasting.
But
I
first
mean,
we have to
the
get
upper
there, so
stage
the
engine is
first
on, but it's
boost
very
is
low
for
thrust.
reaching an intermediate elliptical
Like,
orbit.
as you can see
After
from
that
here,
stage,
in comparison to the SRBs, we're only gaining like, what is that? 100 meters per second in minutes. Like it's pretty low thrust to weight ratio.
can deliver satellites at different orbits, so it needs to perform satellite fine pointing before separating it. That is why we need liquid propulsion. It allows for more precision maneuvers than powder, because powder is more suited
Powder,
to
solid.
provide raw power.
Indeed. One of the features
Powder for
of
power.
the
That's
Avum
a good way to remember it.
stage is that it can actually restart its engine. And for Vega, the first generation model, this one that we're using today, that's up to 5 times. But for Vega C, it's even more, isn't it? And I know this is important, but just can you explain to people why?
It allows the Avum to deploy different payloads into separate orbits, much like an elevator, stopping at multiple floors. It's a big advantage of the
Yeah, so what they're talking about now is the Avum upper stage. Like I was saying earlier, it's a liquid bipropellant upper stage. And that's really important because for a vehicle that is otherwise all solids, you don't have that capability to throttle them, so to speak, as you can with a upper stage liquid fuel engine. By throttling, kind of like the car or like your gas pedal in your car, you can give it more gas to have higher acceleration. Same thing with a liquid fuel engine. You can quite literally open up the valves more to have it feed propellant at a higher rate, and or even feed the propellant in at a higher pressure, and that can increase your thrust. Or you can close those valves off partially, or even reduce the pressure at which the propellants are being fed into the engine, which basically then allows you to accelerate at a smaller increment. So that is something that you can't do really with solids, not in that way. And so the reason why they have to do that is if you really want that perfect 500 kilometer by 500 kilometer orbit within any sort of margin of error that's acceptable to the customer, you have to be able to have very low accelerations. So that's why they have that liquid fuel upper stage in the very top part of Vega that is burning now. It's got about another, 300, 400 meters per second of delta V to go, just depending on the orbit and depending on the trajectory that's going. Maybe even not that much.
Canada.
So the speed is roughly 7.5 kilometers per second. That's the equivalent of 27,000 kilometers.
And we're looking here at the teams at the CVI.
Yes, absolutely. So they are based on the Montagne des Pères. It's on a hill just a few kilometers away from us.
So we're already passing
the
Bermuda,
telemetry,
the current
or CVE in French team,
ground
they
station,
depict the
how they're
current
communicating with
status
the
and any
spacecraft.
significant findings from the telemetry data. These steps ensure that everyone involved understands the situation and potential issues. They pass on the info to the Range Operations Manager, the DDO, in the mission control room. And the Range Operations Manager is responsible for announcing the confirmation of major events such as stage separations, engine cutoff, and successful payload deployments.
So they're doing very, very important work there.
Absolutely, and everything is still nominal.
Now, you might have noticed the logo for the city of Sevilla in Spain on the fairing of the rocket, and that's because this year Seville has taken over the presidency of the Ariane 2024 Community of Cities in partnership with Airbus Defence and Space. It was set up in 1998 to strengthen
775,
cooperation between
wow.
people involved in the space.
So apparently this target orbit here is for 775 kilometers. It is going into a sun synchronous orbit, which, like I said earlier, is basically if you're looking at the Earth as you normally would head on, it's going to actually have its orbital plane slightly going this way, slightly retrograde. So it'll basically be almost perfectly polar above the ice caps over both the Arctic and Antarctic, but slightly 6 degrees off of perfect vertical. And so apparently it's going up even higher than most sun synchronous orbits, up to 775 kilometers. Put that in perspective, a typical sun synchronous orbit that all of those rideshare payloads that we watch SpaceX do, they typically go between like 500 and 600 kilometers.
Este gran programa es fruto de la colaboración público-privada y con la estrecha
Hey, Seraph, how are you?
de Airbus, nuestro partner en la presencia, pilar fundamental de la industria espacial nacional. Además, está involucrado todo el sector aeroespacial sevillano, junto con otras entidades
But so far, so good.
públicas y
13 minutes into flight.
miembros del Foro en el Espacio, que representa una importante industria con más de un siglo de existencia.
So what we're looking for next is, if you can see here, the extinction of the AVM. That's basically going to be the AVM upper stage shutdown. So again, somewhere on the order of like 7.8 kilometers per second should be what they're targeting, maybe 7.7 since it's going a little bit higher. But that should be about what their target velocity is. And so that upper stage right now, as you can see, is very, very slow in the acceleration department. But also it's pretty efficient, all things considering. Way more efficient than the solid rocket motors that they were using before. I'm doing pretty good, Sarah. Thanks for asking. Good thing this AVM is wired correctly so it's not turning to the side again. Yeah, if you guys did not see that. So Vega has had some problems, chat. It's had 3 failures. I think currently with the number of flights it's had total, I think it's sitting at like an 86% success rate. Not great. You know, you're passing with a B plus. That's good. But yeah, they've had like 2 failures almost back to back, if not back to back, like very close succession of failures. One was because of the upper stage solid rocket motor basically popped during separation and ignition. And then the other one was because the AVM upper stage decided to not guidance correctly. Decided to basically take a left turn and continued taking a left turn until it, well, deorbited. But anyways, yeah, so it's definitely had some problems, but they're getting hopefully back on track with this mission.
Changing, the climate is warming, the population is increasing, and cities are expanding, and some of the biggest challenges are meeting the growing demand for food and water, keeping people safe, and forming strategies to address climate change. And looking down from space is vital for planning a sustainable future, which is why Copernicus, along with Europe's satellite positioning system Galileo, are key components of the European Union's space programme. Damien, let's just talk a little bit now about some of the applications for the information from the Sentinel-2 satellites.
Yes, so we talked earlier about how important the Sentinel-2s are in giving new insights into the world's vegetation that's important for land use and food production, for instance.
Basically very
As say you're a
large
farmer,
Earth
you might
observation
use satellite
satellites.
data to decide how much water or fertilizer to use. It can also be very
have, like,
much
different
useful in planning how to respond.
Different multispectral images on board of the satellites. And so all of this being able to look down at Earth, be able to see things like soil content, be able to find fires, be able to see the basically pollution that's in the air, a lot of stuff regarding Earth observation science, which is really cool.
And this Sentinel-2 image shows it. So you see, it uses a natural
Coming up
color
on
combined with
AVM upper stage
shortwave
shutdown.
infrared to highlight the active fire fronts in red and the burnt areas in dark brown. The fire, driven by strong winds, produced a smoke cloud extending over 300 kilometers towards Libya, covering parts of Athens.
Absolutely terrifying. The Sentinel-2s can also help
It's
manage
the
water
boot, chat.
resources, as we mentioned earlier. And not just for drinking, but also for agriculture, energy and sanitation. And that's because they can measure the health and changes to water bodies. And that's whether they're lakes, inland, for example, or on the coast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see here some coral bleaching in Florida. So in July 2023, just a year ago, record high sea temperatures were recorded around Florida, and they soared more than 2 degrees Celsius above normal, causing widespread coral bleaching in the Florida Keys. So the Sentinel-2 image shows the affected area near Isla Morada.
Terrifying
Thanks to
indeed.
data from Copernicus, scientists can monitor these rising temperatures and their impact on the oceans.
And we're hearing there that all the parameters are normal. Interesting, the Sentinel-2 can also help in predicting malaria outbreaks.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let's understand animal populations.
Animal
Yeah,
populations
you'll never guess
of
what's
insects.
The last image. It's a penguin colony discovered in Antarctica. So the Sentinel-2 satellites, with a resolution of 10 meters per pixel, offers a detailed view of our planet, leading to discoveries like these new penguin colonies. So it's
That's
an image
crazy.
from November.
And did y'all hear that resolution? 10 meters per pixel? That's crazy. Like typically what you might hear about, you know, the resolution for something on the order of low Earth orbit, even like Landsat, right, can be on the kilometers. You know, they take a really much wider angle view, but this one's able to get 10 meters per pixel, which is pretty cool. Good enough to see all the migrating penguins as we just saw.
Of the engine, no.
That's coming up at 1830. Here we go. That's what it looks like up there.
Yeah, and we've got
We
confirmation.
have confirmation, yeah, indeed. So why are we switching the engine off now?
So the AVUM has placed Sentinel-2C on an elliptical orbit, the shape of an oval, if you will, and now the altitude of the launcher is naturally rising. So when reaching the top, the maximal altitude of the elliptical orbit, the AVUM...
So he's basically talking about orbital insertion right now, right? Because if we go ahead and open up this, sorry for the flashbang chat. There we go. So what he's basically talking about right now is the... if this is, say, if this is Earth, right? This is Earth. Basically, right now, the vehicle has done something like this. It has a much higher orbit, right? This is your apogee, or orbits around the Earth, apogee. And then this is your perigee. And so what has happened, using all of that thrust from the first couple of stages of solid rocket motor, it basically pushed the AVUM upper stage and the Sentinel-2C payload on an elliptical orbit. And then essentially AVUM is now going to be on a coast phase until they get to here, at which point they will burn. And by burning at your highest point in the correct direction will, of course, bring their orbit to basically be in a perfect altitude circle of, I believe their target, as Thomas said in chat, is 775 kilometers. But yeah, that's what he's talking about right now. Basically, AVUM has now finished the orbital insertion part for the transfer burn, or the transfer trajectory, the transfer orbit to go from, say, 775, where the apogee is, to maybe, say, by 300. And then once it gets to the apogee, it will burn to then circularize. So pretty good stuff right now. And that should be it for a while. It's going to be coasting for what seems to be almost a full orbit here. You can see on the map, it actually says the AVUM extinction burn. So, I mean, this is in French, so we wouldn't say that necessarily in English, that it's the extinction burn. Basically, this is going to be the shutdown, the AVUM upper stage shutdown. So it looks like we have quite the coast phase.
Informations qui vont leur permettre de se rendre compte si le lanceur se comporte normalement.
The work of the program manager consists in managing the programs, in this case, in my case, the Vega-related programs, both development and exploitation accompaniment, along their lifetime. The lifetime of a program starts with...
It would be cool to see a physical display of pixel sizes for different satellites at like KSC Science Center. Yeah, that would be cool. It will separate at T plus 57 minutes and 32 seconds. Well, very good. Well, so far, the satellite is very close to its final destination. As I was saying earlier at the beginning of the webcast, they should be targeting somewhere on the order of like 7.8 kilometers per second. So it's very, very close to that. It's very close to that 775 kilometers target orbit. So they should only have to coast for a little bit, at which point, once they hit apogee, they'll of course do their burn to get into their actual orbital insertion, and then from there, the Sentinel-2C will separate from Avom upper stage, and then I believe Avom upper stage should then do a deorbit burn. So yeah, definitely looking good so far. So that's probably where I am going to cut my launch coverage of it. That was definitely the main parts that I wanted to cover, but let's take a quick gander at the replay on the takeoff, because that was definitely, it got off the pad very, very quickly, as we knew it would. So here we go. This is a replay.
Stages, their names roughly match the mass of their propellant in tons. So when the
Stand
P-80
by.
engine ignites, Vega heads naked eye. That means
So this is
that
going to
the
be a
Sentinel-2
replay.
Some very important spacecraft over those 12 years. So I think this is a very good time for us to take a look back at the highlights of her career.
No, I just want the launch. You're schemazing me. How far back? There we go. Goodness. So yeah, very, very fast off the pad. Here we go. And it was really a shame we didn't get the launch countdown. And there it goes. And by the time it clears the tower, it's gone out of the next picture frame. It's a very high thrust to weight, probably on the order of like 1.6, if not even higher. At like 1.6 Gs, essentially. Very, very fast. That's about on par with what the shuttle did during its fastest off the pad ascent, if I'm not mistaken. Those solid rocket motors are quick. They're quick, chat. To put that into perspective, I believe the thrust to weight ratio of the Saturn V with Apollo on top was like 1.07 at the lowest. Barely getting off the pad. This one got off the pad super fast. But yeah, we should have like another 30 minutes, maybe not quite that long, before Sentinel-2C actually separates and we get the confirmation. So the first stage here, burning, looking really good.
And Vega
I swear the caster here was holding her breath.
here over Europe's spaceport in French Guiana, heading north out over the Atlantic towards the Caribbean islands, burning the first 3 stages. The first stage, of course, burning now, getting us away from the gravity of the Earth. Vega really shoots into the sky, Damien, doesn't she?
Shoots into the sky, all right.
It does, and we could feel the rumble tumble here in the commentary cabin. So the P-80 delivers a powerful thrust about 230 tons, equivalent to twice its weight. It just results in
really hope she sticks around for a while. I agree. I do like her for sure.
The first stage, its mass in propellant is 89 tons, and it is made of a special material called filament wound carbon epoxy.
There we go. We have first stage shutdown, and we should see separation. Oh, that was separation. My bad.
Separation there of the P-80.
Yeah, SRBs don't really like shut down, so to speak, like we see in Falcon 9, where there's a big poof of a purge gas. It basically just fizzles out, and then the second stage will ignite.
And we're hearing that the propulsion is nominal. So, and the trajectory is nominal. And of course, the idea is to get rid of mass when it's no longer needed.
As soon as each solid stage has used its propellant, yes, we jettison it. So that's why we split.
But not bad, chat. Not bad. I think that is where we are going to cut the webcast coverage. We'll go ahead and post this in chat if we are, of course, interested in keeping up with it. Like I said, I think they're going until, I think, Thomas, you said their separation event is at 57 minutes into flight. So we can see here the it looks like the next phase of flight will commence at 48 minutes and 52 seconds. So we got quite a while. So I think I will end the coverage there, and we'll get back to some Kerbal Space Programs chat. I think that's what we're going to do. So let me go ahead and update all of the things, chat. Once again, all of the things changing. We're going to now be in gaming, save, YouTube updated. Now we have to come over here to the Twitches, update that, change that, go to Kerbal. Update Kerbal, done. Very good. All right, so let's get back into some Kerbal Space Program chat, shall we? Okay, but more important news from the day. Here it is from John Kraus. Ah, yes, chat. Yes. Great reminder there, Thomas. We have the Jacqueline, for the barge for Blue Origin. Yeah, this is a beast, chat. This is going to be the barge Blue Origin uses to basically water drone, drone barge landings. It's going to be good. Can you imagine having a massive, and I mean massive, 7-meter diameter launch vehicle sitting up here? It wouldn't even be in the frame. That'd be crazy. What's up, Smoke? How are you? But yeah, that's going to be absolutely massive. But look at that. So pretty, so new. Well, I guess it's more like refurbished, but here's another great photo here as well. Look at that. Not bad. So hyped. I am so hyped. I cannot wait for Blue Origin to do this, chat. I really cannot wait. Oh, this is brand new? Like brand new? Heck yeah. Okay, awesome. I was thinking it was refurbished. I mean, it is actually pretty gigantic, but still. Like from the ground up built. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's awesome to hear. I foresee a lot of weather scrubs. Weather scrubs for this guy? Maybe. Oh, look at that. They have a little heat shield here, chat, for the staircase. Look at that. They probably put equipment and stuff like that behind it as well. But yeah, look at that thing. Right there in front of the gap. Ah, but so good, chat. So good. Actually, can we see that from the other angles? So this was taken... If that's Jacqueline, so this was taken like right here. Is that it right there? Is it on the wall? Maybe that's where he was. Like, seriously, chat, can you imagine this thing but having a booster right here? I would love to see an overlay, a scaled image of what we expect New Glenn to look like in the picture here. That's what I want to see. A scaled image. Like, how tall is it going to be? It's going to be huge. Yeah, look at that. What a monster. Yep, see? They have it on that side as well. That barrier. Was there an advantage to landing on barges versus the ground? Barges just help you use more propellant to push your payloads further. Right? If they have to turn around and come all the way back to their launch site, back to land, well, you're having to basically carry more fuel as payload, because then you have to do a longer boost back burn, and you have to do probably a steeper trajectory and all that sort of other stuff. So you lose payload by doing that, right? But if you can do basically a large ballistic arc and then only save, say, maybe 5% of your propellant versus 15% of your propellant, and only use that 5% for like a re-entry burn and landing, you know, it's you're saving a lot. You're getting more bang for your buck, so to speak, right? All right, let's go ahead and take you over here. Perfect. Put you there and drag that down. Excellent. But yeah, great shot. We have Jacqueline, the barge that's going to be landing New Glenn's first stage. I am excited, chat. I am excited. They're going to be doing some tests later this month using a helicopter to simulate booster. The specific testing they will do is test that the onboard antennas communicate as expected with the booster. That's awesome. Primary location, backup location. So this is like the locations where they're going to do those tests. New Glenn's, exactly. New Glenn's. Heck yeah. But yeah, that's pretty awesome, chat. I am super excited. Look at that massive crane. Is that the crane that they're actually going to use to hoist New Glenn? I can only imagine it is, because that looks like it is there for a purpose, chat. Is that tall enough? Maybe it's only there for outfitting? That's the crane? Is that tall enough? It doesn't look tall enough. I know it's all perspective, right? And the barge is actually closer and this is farther away, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be, they're gonna need a bigger crane. It's tall enough, yeah, cool. I figured, I'm just joking. But yeah, really, really cool to see. Just stage 1. Yep, just stage 1. But anyways, chat, getting back into our own Kerbal shenanigans. More? We got. Oh, wait, is that the same crane then? Oh, it is the same crane. Oh, okay, that's plenty tall. Yeah, like I said, it's all perspective, right? The barge is closer in that picture, so it looks bigger. The crane is farther, so it looks smaller. But yeah, that's definitely tall enough, chat. With margin for error, right? Can you imagine? Can we please just appreciate that we are about to have the largest, most capable operational launch vehicle, hopefully by early next year. That could either be Super Heavy or probably Blue Origin. Although I guess technically SLS already counts for that, because technically SLS is now flight certified, so I guess it's already technically SLS. But anyways, you guys know what I'm saying. Commercial. It'll be the largest operational commercial lifter until Super Heavy gets into operations. We got an update from Starliner, by the way. It was just feedback from another module. I saw that, Super Ham, and what'd I say? Just EMI, EMC issues from, cross-talking between whatever electronics are on board. Yep. New Glen 1 set for October 13th. Yeah, I'm hoping that 13 is going to be lucky, right? I wonder if that margin is big enough for New Armstrong. Yeah, probably not, but New Armstrong, I think, is still just on paper. Anyways, chat, yeah, I can't wait for this. Can't wait for this. Alrighty then. So, we should be in the right thing. Let's go ahead and bring that music down a little bit here. Bring the birds into view. All that jazz, and here we go. Alrighty then, chat. Let's see what trouble we can get into. Like I said, so at the beginning of the stream, before we switched over to Vega coverage, they have to launch sooner rather than later thanks to the launch window they have to hit. Yep, that's true, because their first mission is going to Mars, because why not, chat? The Escapade missions. It's a NASA built mission for going to Mars with 2 satellites. That's true. Make sure to switch scenes. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Switching scenes. There we go. Ba-blam. So we got to figure out what we got to do, chat. There are multiple contracts that we can do, and I'm thinking, honestly, we just do the moon missions, because we can kill more contracts, because we can complete this one, build a new orbital station, since technically our lander vehicle is large enough to complete this contract, even though it's not technically a station. Just, good stuff. We need to do this one, because I need to bring up a lot more solar arrays. Yeah, I need to bring a lot of solar arrays to this next mission, that is for sure. Build a new unmanned probe. That's not going to be that one. So yeah, we can at least do 3. We can do 3 contracts. Yeah, we can do 3 contracts, chat, right now by going to the moon. So what did we leave off with in our last going here? Let me get up my flight log and we'll check it out. Actually, you know what? Before I even do that, chat, if you guys did not know, !Discord will take you to the Discords. Let me just make sure. I do want to go over this in case anybody's interested in participating. I have reopened the essentially community program for you guys to develop payloads for specific missions that I have in mind. Submit them, and then we basically go through a NASA review process. I choose, in this case, for this first contract, the top 3 based on requirements that I set, and then launch them in my game for multiple flights. So the first one that I have here, if you go into !Discord, you'll see it here. I call it the CRISP, or the Crew Resupply and Integrated Support Program, also known as CRISP, the CRISP systems. I already have basically this, whatever you want to call it, solicitation or broad agency announcement, if you will. It explains everything and all of the pinned messages on how to submit, how to, basically account for payload mass, all that sort of stuff. We'll get into that in just a second. But yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff here that we can talk to. So let's go ahead and dive right into that. So definitely you can find everything on Discord under the community payload channel, which is under the Kerbal Space Program category. And the first mission is to develop a crew resupply vessel for our capstone station. Now our capstone station is our long duration station that is in low Kerbin orbit. Discord Commercial Cargo, the DCC. This is the CRISP program. The CRISP program. But this is our capstone station right here, chat. So basically it's just our first module. I do plan on extending it in all directions and making it much larger. Similar to the Mir station from the Russian side of things, the Cosmonaut station. But essentially I want, similar to what NASA did with SpaceX, is commercial resupply. Commercial is what, the actual name is. It's community resupply, since we're talking about the Kerbal community here. And I have contract out with said requirements. Requirements such as shall have at least 6 metric tons of pressurized cargo capacity, shall be capable of deorbiting, shall be capable of autonomously docking, blah, blah, blah. All of these different requirements should be met if you choose to submit a solution to this particular one. And I have updated it with an amendment because I think it was RJ who was most interested in applying for the first one here. Just told me that there were some things that needed clarifying, and I agreed with that. First and foremost, you can really only submit things that I can use in my game. And unfortunately, since we are in career mode, I don't have every single part that you might have in Sandbox. So I gave my tech tree here so you guys can develop your payload if you choose to submit for this program, if you will. So that way you guys can see what parts I work with. Like basically I have most of the parts unlocked, except for of course like the biggest rocketry parts, but also some of the weird ones like not having grip pads, like the small grip pads and things like that, because unfortunately that's in the largest tech tree tier, which is really unfortunate. But anyways, one of the things I really wanted to spend a second on, by the way, I have all of the criteria on how I'm going to basically evaluate everyone's submissions. Like I said, if you choose to submit, you don't have to, of course. There's one important thing here on how we dictate payload mass. So as you all know, in KSP, we really don't have anything that's just like supplies and things like that unless you get a mod. But since we play pretty much the stock game with stock parts, we did this like a year ago, if not even more than a year ago. It's been probably a couple years ago now. We developed this criteria, Chat and I. And essentially we use the experiment storage containers to indicate what a volume is for conceivable supplies. And so I'll go through what all that means right now. Go back into the Space Center. So yes, chat, we'll talk about what I actually mean by this. And I think I have an example to show as well. As soon as KSP decides to load, get into the space plane here. All right. So like I said, there's really no good way in KSP to really determine what a volume and mass for like supplies and things like that you might have as a part of a payload without having like a resupply, like a Kerbal life support system style of mod. But since we play the stock game, we had to be a little bit more innovative there. So what Chat and I came up with a long time ago is to use these things, the experiment storage unit. This is based on the rules of the Discord community payload services contracts, is what is 250 kilograms of payload. So this is what that represents. This represents 250 kilograms of some kind of payload, whether that's, food for Kerbals and whatever have you, right? So because this represents 250 kilograms, I have stipulated in the contract for the first KSP Community Resupply and Integrated Support Program mission that it needs 6 metric tons of pressurized cargo. So that means that since these guys represent 250 kilograms, you do basically 6,000 divided by 250, that gives you 24 of these containers required. So what you kind of need to do if you want to submit and be responsive to that specific mass requirement is, if I go into the innovations here, I should have an example here. Let's see. Should have an example to show you exactly what I mean. Oh, there it is. I think this was Snackless Kerbals. I think this was Snackless's, maybe Ambrosia. I can't quite remember. It's been a while. So as you can see here, this is one of the proposals to one of my last saves where we did this. And on the outside right, it looks like everything is fine and dandy. It looks just like a typical fairing and what have you, right? But on the inside, you can see all of the storage containers that represent the specific payload. So this is essentially what I mean. So if the metric ton requirement is 6 metric tons, you need 24 of these inside of your service module, whatever have you, whatever you're developing to be responsive to the contract that's out, right? So this helps with determining the volume, basically determining the stuff that has to go into your submitted vehicle. But what we don't have is the correct mass allocation. So these are supposed to represent, right, 250 kilograms. But unfortunately, they are only 50 kilograms. So that means there is a disparity, of course, between the actual mass that we have of the part in game and the mass that we are saying that it represents in terms of the volume. So basically how we get around that is previously in our last save, I actually had the ore tanks unlocked. So you would use ore to basically offset the required mass versus the actual mass of the part, right? So if I say, again, inside the contract, required 6 metric tons of pressurized cargo. Of course, if you use 24 of these experiment storage units, that's only like 1.2 metric tons. So we're essentially missing 4.8 metric tons of what should be supply or payload mass. So you can use ore tanks in order to offset that mass. Unfortunately, in my current save here, I don't actually have the ore tanks unlocked. So you need to use some sort of like fuel tank, perhaps. Like this one, for instance, is 2.25. Or if you can use, or even like something like this, depending on how big your satellite is. But just use something that can be used to offset that mass requirement. So that's all kind of in the details here. Like I said, you can look in the community payloads channel, and I do have these guidelines for submission and everything that's kind of required. Of course, feel free to always reach out in the KSP general chat if you have questions about something, or if you want, basically a Q&A for how to submit and what this means. But I'm hoping that you guys can dig this, and it just means that I'm going to be able to fly some of your payloads. It's basically like an entire NASA contracting process, right? I provide you guys with all of the requirements, not only the requirements for the spacecraft, but how to submit that proposal. Then we have, of course, metrics that I will go through and systematically review each submission, and then we'll do a stream and basically go through all the different submissions, and then show you guys my results and the winners. That's kind of the spiel, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed. Like I said, the first contract, as I said, is up on Discord right now. It is live. I have made an amendment. So the actual deadline has been extended. It was supposed to be for, I believe, this upcoming Sunday. I have now moved it back to basically next Wednesday. And then the expected award date, if I can actually get through all the proposals, depending on how many there are, will be next Friday. So basically 1 week from today is submission due, and then basically Friday of next week Does it matter if we have PC or console? I don't know, Smoke Double. Yes, it is on 911. Yep. I don't know. Can you share craft files from Xbox? Like, is that a thing, chat? I actually have no idea. If not, unfortunately, I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about that. But if you can get like the actual craft file, that's pretty much all that's needed. But I have no idea how that works on console. No idea. But anyways, chat, that's just what I wanted to go through. It's there if you so choose to submit to it if you can and all that jazz. So, but anyways, just wanted to make sure we went over that part about the experimental storage units, because it's hard to type all that out without like showing you guys what I mean, right? So you have to have all these experimental storage units. They shouldn't clip very much other than just the black parts. So try to get minimal clipping, right? Like nothing, none of them clipping so egregiously that it's obvious that you had to do it in order to get the payload volume. Because remember, these represent 250 kilograms of payload, as well as the volume of what 250 kilograms should look like, so to speak, right? The only thing that you can clip are the ore tanks or like the propellant tanks, right? Because I don't have the ore tanks unlocked. So those things can clip. That's totally fine. I'm not worried about that. That's just to represent the mass. Yeah, it's on PS4. Nice. Okay. Y'all can make fun of me. Oh, geez. Didn't even know KSP was on the console. It is. It is. I thought you would just recreate it piece by piece. Oof. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, maybe, depending on how complex it is, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know. There might be some collaboration that can happen here, right? Smoke, if you get in Discord and ask somebody if they'd be willing to do that, and you guys collaborate and make your vehicle for submission, I'd be totally down for that. I just don't think with my job and everything, if I have the time to evaluate everybody's proposals and also make yours and all that stuff. So unfortunately, I don't think I will be able to do that. But anyways, chat, that is the contracting process. I hope you guys enjoy that as a possibility. Get something flown in my game for all viewers, and then like going through the whole contracting process that NASA does essentially, based on requirements and all that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, chat, let's get back to the actual game piece, chat. We're going back to the moon. That's where we're going. That's what we're doing, chat. It's decided. So I need to figure out what we did last and go from there, yeah? So what was the last mission we did? Was that the Minmus mission we just did? We did just do the Minmus mission, Selene 3. So now we're going to be moving on to Selene 4. Yeah, that was a complete success, by the way. Heck yeah. So let's go ahead and see what we can do, chat. Yep, Selene 3. So I need to launch my lander. We're going to have to outfit our lander. The lander's got to go first. So let's go ahead and do that, yeah? Spaceplane hangar. All right. So from the VAB, we want the extended fairing version of Maxerva. And by the way, chat, if you guys also didn't know, but from Discord, I did get finished. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I did get finished this past weekend, a couple days ago, I think, submitting to Kerbalex pretty much all the vehicles that I use in my game. So, like, this vehicle, for example, the lander with the, I believe the CEV is up. Actually, the Ascent module, I don't know if that one's up yet. Definitely the one with the SUV, or the surface utility vehicle, the rover, as well as the general lander here that's open for you guys to put whatever payloads in. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that anything that you see in my save, for the most part, in terms of vehicles, are now up on Kerbal X. So I hope you guys can enjoy that as well if you choose. So let's go ahead and figure out what we need to do here. So I need, chat, I need a lot more solar arrays. That's what I need. So I don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. and I don't think I need you, and I don't need you. I need solar arrays though. Yeah, could definitely use some of those. Science is not in science. Cargo? Ah, cargo. I need more solar units. Solar? That's Communitron. Am I just blind, chat? I am just blind. Okay. I'm just going to take all solar units because I'm pretty sure we took all of the science modules last time, and yeah, that was didn't go so great, chat. Didn't go so great. Which should be easier to get to? What would be easier to get to as a beginner, Minmus or the moon? I would say the moon. So it's kind of weird, right? It kind of depends on what you have trouble with as a beginner. So the question was, chat, like, what is easier to get to as a beginner in KSP? And it kind of depends on what you feel like your strengths are, right? Because if we look at everything, again, if we're looking at this being Kerbin, then we have the moon, right? And what's great about the moon is that it is in the equatorial plane, right, of Kerbin. So, you know, it's equatorial, so you have no inclination, so I equals 0. The only unfortunate thing, though, is that the delta V required in order to, like, circularize and then land, so depending on what you want to do, you need, like, 300 plus 5, you need like 900 meters per second, and that's with like little margin, right? Like you need like 900 meters per second. So depending on if you don't feel strongly about your ability to land, if you're even looking to land, the moon could be a little bit on the difficult side, right? The other one is Minmus, right? Minmus is kind of the opposite. It's kind of harder to get to, again, because the actual inclination is 6 degrees. So trying to figure out where you need to launch from, right, in order to get yourself onto a 6-degree shot, right? Because essentially, because the moon, or the Minmus rather, is 6 degrees inclined, you only have 2 chances to launch from on either side of Kerbin that gets yourself on that correct trajectory without having to do an inclination change in orbit, which requires more delta V, right? But anyway, so for this one, the inclination is equal to 6 degrees, so it's a little bit harder to get to, but the delta V, once you're there, is stupid low. It's only like 150. I mean, I don't think it's quite that low, but it's really, really low, right? It's really low to get yourself into an insertion orbit. It's also really, really low, probably like a couple hundred meters per second to land. So once you get there, it's easier to work around, but it's harder to get to in the first place, right? Delta V is similar for both. Is it really? Stand by. KSP. Oh, so you mean total, right? Total delta V. Yeah, the total delta V for both is roughly the same because this requires like 900. I think just to get out there, this one requires like 950 meters per second, but to get out to here, it costs like 850 meters per second. Just depending on the orbit that you actually want to get to. But let's actually look it up here on the maps. All right, so the moon takes 860, then 310, so then basically 900, right? Just to be able to get from insertion around the moon down to the landing. And then Minmus, it's 930, so a little bit more, but then only like 200, 300 meters per second to actually then land, right? So I'll go ahead and change that here. So it's like 300, right? 300 meters per second to actually land. So that, you know, I know it's not like the easiest answer, but so how can I launch from the other sites? Do I have to discover those launch sites, or how can I do it? Yeah, well, it kind of depends. If you're in like a, depending on your settings, right? If you go into Kerbal Space Program, the settings on how you play, it depends on the settings, right? Because in the settings, you have something called like unlock, I think it's called something like that. It's like unlock launch sites, alternative launch sites or whatever. Launch sites. There's a setting somewhere in there that has that checked. So if you have that checked, like if you're playing career mode with settings, then you should already have those available to you. Otherwise, I don't actually know. I think you do. You either have to change that setting so you can actually have them available to you, or you have to discover them. But I don't think KSP has like a discovery, does it? I think you have to unlock them. Like you have to go into the settings and change it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is correct. But I hope that was able to answer your question. But yeah, generally speaking, you know, it's roughly, I think it's still more for the moon, right? Because you need like 900 meters per second to land and then 850 just to get to the moon. So it's more delta V, but it's easier to get to the moon. Whereas for Minmus, you only need like 1200 meters per second to land, but it's harder to get to because you're inclined, right? So yeah, I don't think there's like an actual discover mechanism in KSP. I haven't played with that in a long time. So I don't actually know. If somebody else in chat knows, definitely feel free to answer. But I think you might have to just have them unlocked. Does KSP have like an unlock mechanism or a discovery mechanism for the other launch sites? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure offhand. All right, chat. So we have nothing but power units. That's all I'm taking on this flight. I think that'll be good. You have to fly directly over it? Okay. You have to fly directly over it then. So that maybe there is a discovery setting or discovery mechanism. Cool. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to work with that. Oh, that's right, the Cove. I did recently do that. Okay. Yep, you're right. There's a discovery mechanism. What mods am I playing with, Elbow? Exclamation point mods if the bot is working, of course. If the bot is not working, then I'll just list them. Oh, it's working. Awesome. There we go. So all stock parts, but definitely using some quality of life mods. Okay, I think we're good, chat. I don't think there was anything else we had to do here. I think it was just that. So let's go ahead and switch editor. Yep, my pleasure. In world first, maybe. All right, chat. So this should, question mark. This should be good to go as is, pretty much. Ideally speaking, of course. Shouldn't need to take anything with us other than the ground, the solar arrays, the ground solar arrays. So let's go ahead and save it, and let's go ahead and get our mission log up and running. Bum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. So DML4, yeah, DML5 is the current mission. And this is going to be part of Selene 4 mission profile. DML5. We'll get that figured out here shortly. Seems good. All that looks fine. Total cost is $195. 969. Okay. Seems good. You know what I want to do, chat? I want to start doing this. Oh yeah, we need to call this CSEP, Launch Manifest. That seems fine. Selene architecture notes. Okay. I want to have another one here that's going to be available vehicles. What do you want to call them? Vehicle serial numbers. But I do want to kind of track that, even though it's just kind of like a lore thing. It's not actually in the game. So we have for our reusable vehicles. So we have CEV0, we have CEV1 and CEV2 and CEV3, right? So CEV0 did the Mooner flyby for S1, if I'm not mistaken. We can actually even find that. Wait, did I not name it? Maybe I didn't name it that. What? Oh, up. Silly me, chat. Silly me. So CEV0 did the certification flights. Certification flight. Okay, so CEV0 was lost? Yep, it was. Yeah, we lost CEV0. Unfortunate. Okay. So I was wrong about that one. So I did the certification flight 1. So CEV IFAT and CCF 0. And CCF 0 lost. Parachute failure. Did you watch the launch? Yeah, we covered it. We covered it at the very beginning of stream. And then we should have CEV 1 going down. So that one did Selene 2. Did it do another one? No. Ah, there we go. I thank you. That was a miss. That was supposed to be CEV1. Because we lost CEV0. Okay. So, yeah. And CEV1 here as well. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Whew. Just want to make sure our documentation is good. So this is going to go CCF1, Selene 1, right? I'll probably do this off stream next time. CCF1, and then Selene 1. Yep. And then it also did Selene 2. Yep, then it also did Selene 2. All right. Cool. CCF 1, Selene 1, Selene 2, and then we will say it's retired. Then this one will do Selene 3 to Minmus. Yep. And I'll say that that vehicle's retired. Actually, no, I will not say that vehicle's retired. It'll probably go back to Minmus, actually. And then finally, we will have Selene 4 for Sev 3. There we go. I just wanted to make sure we got that going. I need to do the same thing for KRV. All right. So let's come back down here and get our flight log going. So this will be DLML 5. Get rid of this. We need to check our launch time, but that should all be good. And in the meantime, chat, we're basically an hour and a half into stream. If you guys don't know, I do manual ads during downtimes of the stream. That way you guys don't miss anything. So I'm not going to launch it. We're just going to bring up the flight avionics. I'm going to do some checklists and whatnot and prepare for flight. And then when you guys get back from the ad break on Twitch side, we will fly it. So I'll see you guys back here in a few minutes. All right, so that should hopefully get going. We'll go ahead and get VS code up for our avionics. There it goes. And then let's go ahead and make sure we're good. Make sure staging is good. Yeah. And pretty much we're manual from there. So save it and we'll go ahead and launch it. What was everyone worrying about? I don't know. What, in terms of what? Did something happen? The only thing I can think of is that, so Vega had its last couple of missions fail on the way to orbit. First, the second stage solid rocket motor popped during its second stage ignition. That was on like a couple flights ago, or last flight. And then also previously, gosh dang it, Valentina, why you gotta be in here? They had the upper stage, the Avum upper stage fail as well. EJ said the director? When? Because we watched it all the way through 23 minutes, but then we stopped watching it. Did something happen after that? Because otherwise, I'm not sure. We saw it through like 23 or 27 minutes into flight, and it all looked fine to me. So if something happened after that, then I'm not sure. All right, no Kerbals, please. Thank you. Oh, chat, you know what we need to do? Yeah. I really need to get this going. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. Action groups. So I want this to target angle. I want this to target extension. And then same with these up here. Target angle. Really? Target extension. So 5 seconds seems good. Yeah, but when, Smoke? Do you remember like when into launch? Like, was it super far after launch, or was it like during the stage? Because the track looked good from the stages, and Avum got 27 minutes into flight on target, it seemed. I'm not sure. I didn't notice anything, honestly. But yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about in regards to him saying that. That's going to be set to 0 and straighten it out. There we go. Somewhere around second stage and beyond. Yeah, it all looked good to me. Yeah, I didn't notice anything. Like, the track all looked good, you know? Okay. There we go. That looks good. Now we can take this one, copy it, Paste it. Copy it. Paste it. That seems good. Let's go ahead and check it. Perfect. Yep, perfect. All right, good to go. Didn't even know you can modify parts like that? What, with the cow controller? Yeah, it's one of the DLCs. But yeah, with the cow controller is pretty good. If that's what you're referring to. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Make sure there's no Kerbals on board again. No Kerbals, good. And let's go ahead and launch it. And you guys should be back from the ad break as well. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Take this. Yep, that looks good. All right, chat. I think we're ready to roll, depending on what our current launch date is. Cool. So our last mission was on day 74. We're at 96. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good to launch right now, chat. We ready? Can I get a go, no go from chat? Launch buttons, all good to roll. All right, so we'll call this 74. Sorry, 96. And that's gonna be at 00. We'll call that 37. No, 36. There we go. There we go. Check the time. Good to go. All right. DML5 set to launch. It's going on Maxerva 11, by the way. Our 11th mission here on this launch vehicle. All right, we are go from chat. T-minus 1 minute. Vehicle's on internal power. T-minus 45. So yeah, this should get us back, and I'm hoping that we can complete 3 contracts with this mission. Well, not this particular one, but this set of missions. Basically this one and our Kerbal vehicle that will fly next, our Orion capsule, essentially. Really hoping that that should be pretty streamlined. T-minus 30. T-minus 20. All right, here we go, chat. All systems are looking nominal. Max over 1 is good. All systems are looking good. Vehicles in auto sequence start. We are go. T-minus 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Main engine start. Outboard engine start. And lag sequences go, chat. We are go for lag sequence. Oh yeah. Maxerva 11 carrying DML5 has cleared the tower and is go for roll program. I do wish I understood why that happens on this particular vehicle, but remains a mystery. I wish I knew what was wiggling, because I can't see anything wiggling. The only indication of a noodly rocket are like all of this looks pretty stable. So I don't know why. But oh, anyways. Probably take the gimbal control here down. Try to smooth it up a little bit. There we go. Where's the control point? Control point should be in the upper stage. So it shouldn't be up here. Let Let me confirm that actually. Yeah, it never changed the control point, so it's to the same one. So yeah, it should be on the second stage. But anyways, chat, we're looking good. Just before I forget, chat, change that to 0. Contact about human. Oh yeah, I know the movie Contact. Absolutely. That is, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a classic. Yeah, exactly, Joe. That is a classic. All right, vehicle's looking good. Continuing on its way into the proper flight azimuth. We're gonna have to do a minor change in our inclination here because the launch vehicle is deviating slightly, but all systems are looking good. Can't wait till Kerbal 2 PS5. Yeah, we can dream, right, Space? We can dream. We can certainly dream. Might be waiting a while for that one, though. Like, indefinitely. All right, looking good still, chat. PS6 more like. Yeah, yeah. Can I not aim camera? Oh, there we go. PS7 probably? Yeah, maybe. All right, stand by for Miko, chat. Equals Miko. Second stage set. Second stage ignition. Vehicle's looking good. We had good separation of fairing as well. All systems nominal. All systems nominal. Pretty happy with this chat so far. Vehicle's trying to track, I believe, 90 kilometers orbit. Looking good so far. Does anyone want to go to Mars sometime? Planet Earth is overcrowded. I don't think it's overcrowded. But yeah, I'd love to go to Mars. I think that'd be awesome. I'm not just gonna like pick up my bags and go to Mars. I'd like to go through training and survival skills and understand the plan and actually have the vehicles that can get me there and back. But yeah, I'd go to Mars, 100%. All right, how we doing on inclination 1.4? Let's go ahead and start our slight correction here if we can. How do you get those color fuel tanks? These are just baguettes. Are you talking about these? Or are you talking about these? These are flags, if you're talking about the structure here. These are flags, but if you're talking about these are baguettes that are kind of clipped a little bit together to make it like a pill-shaped design. Yeah, I'm on PC. I am on PC. All right, slowly cleaning up that inclination difference here. Oh, the dragonfly, that's right. That's cool. That's cool. You know, I haven't really played or gotten into Flight Simulator. Not since, what was the Microsoft Flight Simulator, like 2000? Or like, what was the one previously? Like the one generation below the 2021 that just released? Hey, Chief. Good morning. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. All right, we're cleaning up that inclination difference here. slowly but surely. Yep, now we're not. So we cleaned up the inclination about as good as it's gonna get from this direction. X, is that right? X, yeah. That's right. Hey, what's up, Hip Hop? How are you? But yeah, that was the flight simulator that I played. Haven't played really since. All right, looking good. We'll have a 1/2 degree inclination change to have to do, but shouldn't be too big of a problem. What's the mission? We are taking our 2nd crew flight to the moon. That's what we're doing. And hopefully in the process complete 3 contracts. That'd be ideal. This is the lander with the ascent module. 2-stage lander, horizontal lander. And this is all flying, by the way, autonomously, chat. In case you're new to the stream, we're all running this through Python. Python is controlling the rocket, which is why you see it kind of oscillating a little bit. It's because it's a PID controller. It's a linear controller trying to track a 90-kilometer apoapsis. Not tuned perfectly. Starfield is good? I have heard Starfield is good. There's a snake at the helm? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Does this mean the Kerbals are programmers? Maybe. Or the Kerbals are just in a simulation. You ever think about that one? All right, there we go. We're looking good. Parking orbit achieved. There we go. Perfect. With 180 meters per second of delta V remaining in the upper stage. Awesome. So we can use that to help move this into a higher orbit. Then it has a kick stage, and then it should get itself out to the moon. Oh, a helicopter and sea drones on watery planets? Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. No way. You ever think about maybe you're in a simulation? Right, did you ever think about that, chat? That we're all just in simulation? There is some good news though, right? Like, if you think about the whole like simulation thing, so you guys all know the concept of the world being a simulation. Well, there's really only 2 possibilities if this hypothesis is correct, right? So you all know the simulation theory, where we're all living in a simulation, right? But there's really only 2 outcomes from this hypothesis, right? If you really think about it, you start off with what would, I guess, be called the real world, right? It would be the first world. And then the first world gets to the point where they can then develop a realistic world in a simulation. That becomes world 2. And of course, the Sims in this environment have no idea that they're in this simulated world, and so they develop their conscious and their technology as they do in their simulated world, and then they get to the point where they can then develop their own simulated world, and then you do this, so on and so forth, all the way down, right? Until you get to, I don't know, let's call it World 99, and World 99 is working again on creating that simulated world. So there's really only 2 possibilities, if you really think about it, for this we're all in a simulation hypothesis. We're either the last world in a long chain of worlds, currently trying to develop that own ability of developing a realistic simulation, which we currently do not have the technology for, or we're the first world, meaning that it hasn't been done yet, and we are the real world, working on it for the first time. It's really only those two possibilities. So are we the real world, or are we the last world in this chain of simulated worlds? Which is kind of interesting to think about, right? Anyways, off of that tangent, chat. What if you go upwards to find who is simulating you? Well, how do we do that, right? If we live in this predefined box, how do we get outside of the box? Now you're talking about like supernatural things, right? Curious about what you think about NASA's Trick simulation. You know, I've never used it. Trick, and then there's the 42, right? 42, right? Isn't that what it's called? 42? Yeah. You run up the AWS bill, yeah, until they turn you off. Yeah, something like that. Is the descent stage meant to be a permanent outpost once it's used? It can be. It's designed to be a multi-purpose lander. Like, the idea is that we can fit hitchhikers in here, we can fit a science module in here, we can fit a rover, which we've already developed inside of here. We can fit a ascent stage in here, pretty much all of that. Whatever we want to fit in here, it can become a permanent outpost if we outfit it to be that. World 1 would be the gods of World 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, essentially. My theory, when you die, you wake up in another sim, and so on until it restarts. Yeah, maybe. Doesn't consider the never-ending fractal nature of World 1. Can you expand on that, Society? What would be the fractal nature of World 1? If World 1 develops the technology to generate... Are you saying that World 1 can continue developing simulations and there could be a whole bunch of different simulations developed by World 1? That sort of thing? Is this going to Mimas? No, this is going to the moon. Which, by the way, we need to start planning. Planning on where we're going to the moon. Set as target. Sims and SimCity have Sims playing their own game. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. All right, the moon. That's where we want to go. So we're gonna have to start our burn somewhere like right here. We already did the first flyby last stream. So the next one will basically be the first crew mission down to the ground. All right, something like that, chat. Ariapsis of ideally around 100. And I don't care about a free return trajectory on this guy. We can clean this up and actually get a free return, but it's an unmanned spacecraft, so that should be fine. 860 meters per second required. We're gonna have to use some of it from the upper stage here, and then from we're gonna have to use some from here, use some from here, and then use some from here. So that's it's gonna be a 3-stage burn for 859 meters per second for this translunar injection. Oh, we also have quite the inclination. Wait, why? Why do we? Oh, that's just the return. Wait, so how are we coming into the moon then? Because I would like to come into the moon pretty much on par if we can. Ideally. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty much equatorial. That's what I'm looking for. Yep, that seems good. Perfect. All right. .5 degrees inclined. We actually have a 4.5 degree inclination right now? I thought we fixed that. Yeah, inclination is 0.5. Wait, what? Oh, that's on the return. I'm so silly, chat. I'm so silly. Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, we're good. That's on the return. Creates a paradox where you need a civilization to create more worlds. Well, that's true, yeah. You have to think about, like, where did that first world come from, right? Yeah, indeed. Okay, well, that's going to be it, chat. So 8-minute burn. When are we going to need to start burning, though? Because how long do we have in this tank? 20 seconds. So we'll probably start burning at like 1:28. It doesn't have to be perfect, but ideally close enough. try and get maneuver lined up with this maneuver node, and then we'll time warp and then execute this next burn. The first world was created by Kerbal so they can learn how to do spaceflight. Obviously, yeah. Does anyone wonder where oxygen came from if you need trees where there was none? There's oxygen in other forms. Right? It's an atomic, it's atomic. There's oxygen just even in the ground. Things like that. You don't need trees. Trees only convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, so to speak. Like atomic oxygen and things like that. That exists. Atomic oxygen exists in our atmosphere as is. Not the O2 that we breathe though. Just like atomic oxygen, just O. All right, looking good, looking good. So we'll go ahead and warp around here. So we have 6 minutes to that burn. We'll warp a little bit closer and we'll see what we can do. Oh man, we rotated off our maneuver node a little bit, no worries. I'll probably start burning this at about T-1 minute and do probably around 120 meters per second of delta V, maybe even a little bit more, because I do want to save a little bit for this stage to then deorbit itself. That would be certainly ideal. Where to go for all the good space stuff? What you talking about? Like space news, space content, actually going to space, mining space stuff. Like what are you talking about here? Need to narrow down that that phrase a little bit. All right, there we go. And we'll go ahead and start our burn. And I'm gonna leave roughly 20 meters per second in the tank, ideally. Oh, for space news? I get it from a lot of sources, actually. Spacenews.com, I think it's actually a pretty great source. There's also NASA's Spaceflight. It gives really, really good sources. NASA Spaceflight. They're also here on YouTube. They provide a lot of good stuff. All right, now I want to decouple. Certain people on Twitters, actually not bad. Have you played Stellaris? Not in a long, long time. And I actually do want to play it again on stream, but yeah. Oops. Well, that's not important, chat. Don't worry, it's not important. Let's go ahead and open this up. Let's go ahead and open this up. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty long burn, and then we'll have to continue burning as well. Probably should have started the burn a little bit sooner, but oh well. The game Civ is a sim, that's true. Is Space Engine worth the hard drive space? Space Engine. Is that like Universal Sandbox or Universe Sandbox? Are you excited for Polaris Dawn? I am super excited for Polaris Dawn, 100%. I think it's going to be super good. I think it's really cool that it's a, you know, fully privatized mission, so to speak. Really opening the way for more of that stuff in the future, which I think is what the new space industry. We've been kind of in this, quite literally, it's called the new space era, since like 2010, 2011, 2010, something like that, or at least the last like decade and a half. And this is kind of what it's been all about, is trying to commercialize space. And we're starting to see that, which is really cool. With a flight sim, interesting. I'm not familiar with that, Andy. Anyone ever listened to Third Rock Radio? It's produced by NASA and it's mostly alternative rock with bits of news mixed in. I have, but not in a long time. Yeah, that's actually really, thank you for bringing that back up. I actually should probably do that. It might be another, because I'm one of those guys that literally cannot work without something in my ears, you know, the music or podcast or something like that. So I might have to check that one back out. All right, let's go ahead and control from here. Let's go ahead and try to get this maneuver node figured out. See if we can't get another little bit. There we go, something like that. Oh, that was the wrong move. My bad. Yep, sorry about that. Nope, we're good. I did that last time too. Should really pay more attention, I think. We're good. Everything is fine, chat. How are you? I don't really care about the time. I just want to get a rough maneuver node location. There we go. All right, there we go. We're good. Space Engine is cool. It's a replica of the entire universe and procedurally generates the parts we don't know. So basically all of it except the parts of the Milky Way and other galaxies. Interesting. That's cool. My Kerbals spin out of control. What should I do? Turn them off and turn them back on, I think. For Fram, I'm excited for Fram. 100%. Fram is going to be the polar orbit mission. It's going to be pretty crazy. Are you doing mission mods? Mission mods. Is that like a specific mod? Or what you mean? A specific mod that I am running? Or are you saying mission mode? I am doing a mission mode, yeah. You can see the exclamation point hardcore if you want to see the rules that I'm playing by. Just a little spin commemorating that time the ISS took a tumble. It's a ritual at this point. Ah, yes, the thruster issue that occurred off of Soyuz, yeah? Yeah, sure. It's a process. It's part of the good luck charms. I'm doing the contracts in game. I most certainly am. Okay, want to get that retrograde orbit. There we go. Preferably around 90 is our target orbit. And we're gonna have to do a little bit of an inclination change. Not a problem. Let's go ahead and fix that. Focus view. So now if we click on that, perfect. That's the wrong way. Just trying to get it roughly equatorial, at least as close as I can get it from this direction. Because we're not going to be able to clean up the entire inclination difference. That should be pretty close, I think. Another 26 meters per second coming up here. I think of it sounded like a stage separation. I wish I was a commercial astronaut. There you go. Me too. But yeah, I'm actually playing the original contracts here. Oh, look, we completed a contract, by the way, chat. Heck yeah. Cool. So a pure inclination change essentially here. Not bad. Go and get that set up. Lined up. And then 25 seconds, it'll be a 3-second burn. I can understand that sentiment. Certainly can. Okay. 3 seconds. Go ahead and settle the tanks. And start the burn. And shut down. A little bit more. And that should be good. Something like that. Okay, chat. Now we just go to the moon. But before we do that, let's go ahead and deploy one solar array as we're going to be in our coast phase. Perfect. So now we get to coast all the way out to the moon. There it is. Focus view. Okay, and I would love to go ahead and probably warp to here. So long as we are getting electrical charge. We are. Perfect. Oh, we're frozen. There we go. Warp around. You like to think of it as the moon is coming to you. Hey, you know, that's true. Depending on your perspective, right? It's all about reference frame. Because if you take a if you take an inertial reference frame to your spacecraft, then yeah, essentially Earth would look like it's getting farther away from you, and then the moon looks like it's coming towards you. Indeed. Isn't that mind-boggling? It's all about perspective, chat. Coordinate transformations. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to retract our solar array before we do our next burn. There we go. Perception is a funny thing, isn't it? All right, 18 minutes to the start of this burn. Let's go ahead and warp to it for a 31-second burn. For 243, we should have plenty of delta V here. Basically, you just got in the moon's way. Yeah, well, from the moon's coordinate frame. Oh, why did it burn? Why did it? What? Okay. I don't know why it warped me past my maneuver node, but anyways. Fun. Isn't that just fun, chat? Oh, and now we're frozen. Okay, got it. Understood. Game's really having a tough time right now. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ooh, and Kerbin Rise during this burn? Heck yeah, give me all the pictures, chat. There we go, bringing it down. We're looking for like 109. We can get into a rough circular orbit, that'd be pretty on point. Go ahead and shut it down. 104 at 117. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Vehicle is now in orbit. We're back into our coast phase. Let's go and get to a point where we can have our solar array point towards the sun, and then we'll be good to go. That's right, that's Earth. Little Earth. Perfect. Isn't Vega like a nuclear bomb launcher? No, I don't believe so. I don't know the exact history behind Vega, but it's an Italian. It's developed by an Italian company called Avio, and it's just a solid rocket motor vehicle design. I don't know. I mean, there's Minotaur, right? Like, there's the solid rocket motors, launch vehicles developed in the United States, like Minotaur, that were once ICBMs. Whether or not they were ever nuclear carriers, I'm not sure, but they're based off of ICBMs. I guess, is that new? Do ICBMs have to be nuclear? Or is that just the generic term for any missile that can go intercontinental? That doesn't have to be nuclear. Wish they would have added Easter eggs in the original game. Well, they kind of did, right? By all of the monoliths and things, right? They kind of did. Just depends on your definition of an Easter egg. I think that counts. But yeah, it's not like super cool, I guess. All right, well, there we go, chat. That mission so far, complete success. That's looking good. So let's go ahead and do the next one, shall we? This one right here. Yep, this is going to be CEV3. Yep, that looks good. We'll go ahead and choose our crew here momentarily. That all looks good. All right, perfect. Flight log is looking good. And yeah, we should be good as is. We just gotta look at our flight log and history books and figure out which Kerbals are going next. A non-nuclear payload is pretty useless. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if there were ever any non-nuclear ICBMs. That was mainly my question, is have there been non-nuclear ICBMs? My guess would be no, but I just don't know if there have been, so not sure. The Suzy rocket, yeah, I've heard of Suzy. I really want to see that go. You guys don't know, it's from Arian. Suzy's a pretty cool looking spacecraft. Check this out. This is Suzy from Arian Group. The biconic reentry vehicle. It's designed to integrate with Ariane 6 as a crew-capable transport system. Take your best engineer. Okay. Look at that. Look at that, chat. We made this in KSP 2. It worked fantastically. Look at that thing. How cool is that? It's capable of transferring crew, capable of carrying a payload. It's pretty large, too. What game? Real life. Oh yeah, Matt Chad. Yeah, let me look at 3 stage. I mean, technically, I guess if you count that as a stage. I wouldn't count that as a stage though. It's kind of more of the payload. Build it. Build it now. Yeah, I got you, Chief. And yes, it lands propulsively and does a belly flop maneuver. Look at that. It kind of does what the Mars Ascent Descent vehicle does. It is a neat little vehicle. But yeah, so that thing doing the whole like 2 engine burn. Well, actually, I think it did more like 2, 4, 6 engine burn and then the 2 on the top to help have it rotate. Is the same thing that the MAD-V, the Mars Ascent Descent vehicle from Lockheed does. This guy, is this Kerbal? This looks like Kerbal. I think it's Kerbal. But yeah, this guy from Lockheed Martin, designed to integrate on top of the launch, the SLS, Space Launch System. It does the same thing. See, it has 2, 4, 6 engines, and then essentially it ignites like the 3 on the bottom here to help kick it over, and then it ignites the other 3 on the top to help basically land propulsively. And it lands propulsively, just like that. But yeah, pretty cool. I really dig this concept as well. Oh, and yes, of course, here is actually Kerbal. Yeah, that's actually Kerbal. Oh, wow, that actually looks fantastic. Nice. All right, chat. Well, let's go ahead and get our next mission underway, shall we? Oh, Mad Chat. Yes. Let me look at Mad Chat. So Mad Chat, tell me how you want your Kerbal cooked in terms of male, female, science. You said you wanted. Did you want an engineer or a pilot, a scientist? Hey, what's up, Pandarific? How are you? And then what about your courage and stupidity levels? And I'll get that. Looks like your DCX scaled up pretty much, actually. Yeah, it does. Astronaut complex, let's see. So the next hire is 1.3 million. Does that actually get counted against me if I make a Kerbal? That's the one thing that I'm not certain of. 'Cause I don't want to spend 1.3 million if we don't have to, but you know what? We'll do it for science. We'll do it for science and check it out. So that way I know for the future. The Earth X game. I have not heard of the Earth X game. I'm really out of the loop when it comes to like new games. Like I usually don't know about them until they've been out for a very long time. Until somebody in chat tells me about them, like you. Oh, a SpaceX Tycoon. Then I probably have seen it played. All right, cool. Mad Chad. We're gonna make a Kerbal for Mad Chad. Mad Chad. Do you want your name like that, by the way? Or do you want like the underscore, or or what? Tell me that. So male, you want to be piloting. You want to have 70% stupidity. 70% stupidity, all right, I can dig it. About right about there, yeah. And 80% courage. Okay, with 30% luck, that's right, Joel. All right, waiting confirmation, and then we're also gonna take a gander here. Underscore, please, 3 unnecessary, cool. There we go. Mad Chad. Do you want it lowercase, by the way? That'll be the last question. How do you want your casing to be? And thanks for the follows tonight as well, guys. We have Zig Cycle as well as Mergrimlock. Much appreciated. We'll get Mad Chad his Kerbal here, and then we'll get right back into the game. Drink! All right, drink! Gosh, you're so pushy, names. Gosh. Making me say hydrated? How dare you? Both uppercase. It's a loving nickname. Okay, perfect. There we go. Mad Chad. Create. Hey, that didn't cost anything. Awesome. Good to know. Good to know. That was for science, chat. Okay, vehicle assembly building. The madman is both courageous and stupid. Well, you know, it's a fine line, right? It's a fine line. Okay. So let's get our CEV vehicle out. Which, by the way, Andy, if you didn't notice, this vehicle here is now on Kerbal X. I did get that posted Monday. But yeah, this one is now on Kerbal X for your pleasure. Okay, so who are we gonna get on there? Who are we gonna bring with us, chat? Actually, you know what? Let's see. Who was on the last mission? So we have Make, You, and Predominant. So they're gonna be out for this one. So Moist hasn't gone, so we'll go ahead and get Moist Kerman in the command. He won't be commander. It'll just be a pilot. We need an engineer. What engineer would be good? We had Element. We had Omni. We had Omni and Predominant. Do we have another engineer? We have Mayor. Mayor's the commander. We have Commander Mayor. Have I flown yet? Ooh, let me see. Names. Yes. No. You have not. Why do you have 3 stars? Oh, I forgot to change the thing. That's right. Well, since it doesn't charge me anything, I'm gonna remake your Kerbal and then I'll delete it in the persistent file later. Can you tell me how you want your Kerbal cooked again? You're obviously an engineer here. But let me know how you want your Kerbal cooked. Have I flown? You do not have a Kerbal, RJ. So tell me how you want your Kerbal cooked as well. And we'll just get all the Kerbals up in here. Get them all done. But I also would like a scientist. Could be Make. Did Make go in this one? No, Make was the commander of the last mission. Okay. Misadventures. This adventures went on S2. I'll be a scientist. I don't care for the rest. Okay. Name, engineer, big, dumb, moderate courage. Cool. All right. Cool. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Calm down. Calm down. Names, engineer. big dumb, and the moderate courage. Okay. That was my mistake last time. I didn't change the experience level. My friends call me names. Stop. All right. Yep, Elb, you'll be, can you name an astronaut my name? I most certainly can. And shall. So create, let's see. We want Elb Kerman. Let me know, actually, before I make yours, tell me your gender and your desired role and personality traits if you care. Let's see, we have RJ. There we go. Don't care about that. You'll be a scientist. Cool. Level none. We'll go ahead and, 0 stupidity. You're gonna be super smart, RJ. Yeah, that seems good. Yeah, you know what? We'll swap them. We'll swap them. There you go. There we go. Right on the edges of the two here. The 2 words. And Andy, also let me know how you want your Kerbal cooked, my friend. How you want your Kerbal cooked. Like, do you care about gender, about role, things like that? Let me know. Waiting on Elb for the scientist role. Male tourist. No, I'm not. You're not a tourist. I'm sorry. You're being drafted as a scientist. That was your first choice. You don't need tourists. You gotta pull your weight. You gotta contribute, okay? 90% stupid. 90% stupid. 60% courage. Something like that. Drafted. Wait, did I just make Curb Tree? I meant Elb. Oh my god. Elb, scientist. 60%, or no, 90% courage, 60% stupidity. No, 90, I had that backwards. 90% there, 60% there. Okay. There we go, Elb. Good. Good. Is making a Kerbal stock? If so, how do I do that? Yes, you go into Kerbals here in the Alt F12 menu, and then you go to Create. Don't care for gender. You're gonna be Andy Black Kerman. Yep, no, you're good. Yep, I'll go with that. Yep, good, sounds good. Pilot, cool. All right. We have Andy Black. Good. Do I need a chief of engineers? You know what? We might as well. Just load them all up. All right. And as you guys tell me, I will make them. But let's get the rest of the team prepped here. So we have Commander Mayor here, and then we'll bring along RJ. Remember, chat, you might not get drafted in this particular mission. But do not worry. There will be many missions to come. Oh my god, this has exponentially increased. And we'll get RJ as our scientist. Okay. Good. Names, yes. Names, engineer, mayor, pilot, yes, good. Okay. I think that's who we're gonna have here. I might get one more experienced person. Maybe an experienced scientist? And have 4? Do we do that, chat? Do we have 4? I mean, technically we can bring 4. Let's see. To bring Misadventures. Was Misadventures on the last mission? Or was it Make? So Make was there, and Misadventures then landed already, so we'll then take Make then. Yeah, take Make. Yeah, Panda. Well, luckily I have a mod that a viewer made that puts them into alphabetical order. So at the very least, that's nice. Okay. We're gonna be S4. That looks fine. All right, so we have Commander. Commander Mayor. Kerman. We have Pilot. Moist. The moistest Kerman. We have Mission Specialist. RJ Kerman. Then we have Mission Specialist. Make 1B. Kerman. Here we go, chat. 4-person crew on this mission. So pilots makes sense for my role. Hey, heck yeah, Andy, okay. Do these made Kerbals go right into the program, or do they still have to be hired? Nope, they go right into the program, Andrew. They go right into the program. Since I'm 90% stupid, I might be the one. What's it take to qualify for crew? Just let me know if you want to go in. Let me know if you want to be drafted. Right now, it doesn't cost anything. Maybe I'll probably cap it here momentarily, so to speak. But right now, no. Interesting. It used to have a channel point redeem. Yeah, and it still kind of technically does, but yeah, just not right now. If you kill my Kerbal, you also kill the CEO of Aura Technologies, a potential contractor. Expect a lawsuit. Understood. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll make you sign a waiver, RJ. Did you ever think about that? What's up, Gunslinger? I don't think I have a Kerbal. Okay. All right, so who wanted? You need a chief engineer. So Chief, if you want a Kerbal, tell me how you want your Kerbal cooked. Chat, so what I need from you, okay? Anyone who wants a Kerbal, highlight my name, please, at Rocket Guy, and then tell me your name and its preferred, like, casing and stuff like that, your gender, male or female, and the role, pilot, engineer, or scientist, and then your courage and stupidity levels. Those are the things I need from you. Help me out, chat. Help me help you, and we'll get on board with making the Kerbals. But this is going to be our mission here. This is going to be the crew. Let's go ahead and save it. We're going to clear the crew out, though, and then put it out onto the pad. And in the meantime, chat, because we are now going on the second hour, 2 hours. Yeah, so going on the second hour, I'm going to run another short ad break. If you guys are new to the stream, I do run manual ads in order to get rid of the Twitch injected ads as well as the pre-roll ads, especially before the mission. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. I'm going to put it on the pad. We're going to get the Kerbals loaded into our car, and then we're going to start driving it. You guys won't miss anything, and I'll see you back here very soon. All right. That seems good. Yeah, exactly. The Delta V numbers have definitely been reset because I changed the Streamlabs spot over, unfortunately. But anyways, we also have channel points now, and so that's probably just better. Hey, what's up, Obama Envy? How are you? All right, so we want Goatbot. I'll go ahead and make Goatbot. Goatbot. Male. Pilot. Random. There it is. Random. All right. Create. Boom. Goatbot. All right. So Andrew. Do. Urban. Male. Engineer. Low courage. Mid stupid. All right, there you go. You are now drafted. Not level 5 though. Thank you. Okay. Wait, did I just do that? No, whatever. We'll check it out. Space Center. Back to the Space Center here. We gotta put the Kerbals out. Male engineer, very smart, no courage. Okay. A male scientist, 80% current. Yes, more scientists. Awesome. We need more rocket scientists, chat. Because for a while, it was all pilots and engineers. Yeah, do Kerman. So we have Doo Kerman made. We have Goatbot Kerman. All right. Let me check the astronaut complex really quick. Did I just make an, so I can, oh, can I just go ahead and dismiss? Oh, I can. Awesome. Fantastic. Nope, we're good. So the Goatbot Kerman. Yes, good. Okay. Perfect. That's what I want to see. And then we have another one here for Chief. So we have Chief Kerman. Chief Engineer. Chief Engineer Kerman. Let's see, male. We'll take engineer. Yes, RJ, I did. I did talk about it at the beginning. I think it was right after Vega. So I'll make sure to highlight it and probably post it. Actually, before I do that, let me, because I need to ask. Okay, so explore. All right, male engineer. Male engineer. Urge of stupidity random. That's pretty random. Explore. Yes. Did I spell that right? No, I did not. Whew. Good. All right. Almost done, chat. Hey, what's up, Charles? Welcome back, my friend. All right, then we have Pickle Kerman. Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. Random everything else. You scientist. Yes. All right, random everything else. Good. All right, Chief, are you back, buddy? I think I have, oh, Super Sam. All right. We have Super Ham. Super Ham Sandwich. Chief, I need you, how do you want your name? Do you want it to just be Chief Kerman, Chief Engineer Kerman? How do you want your name actually done? All right, that should be it. I'm gonna close the generating of Kerbals for now, chat. I'm sorry. It will come back, don't you worry. Oh, nice, Charles. Heck yeah. Is that where you are now? Just Chief. Cool. All right. Chief will be the last Kerbal I make. No mas. No mas ahora. Super Ham Sandwich. Super Ham Sandwich. Scientist. 80% courage. And 15% stupidity. All right. Seems good. All right, sweet. And then the last one I think I got is Chief. Will be an engineer. Bring that down. Very smart. Very smart, but no courage. Awesome. Create. There we go, chat. We're done. We're done for now. We got a very good recruiting process, chat. Extremely good recruiting outing. Yeah. Woo. Those drafts, chat. Those drafts, brutal. And 100% reason to remember the name. That's right. Okay, let's go ahead. I don't want the. I would like which one? I want the love vehicle, chat. The love vehicle. Yes. Good. We have Thomas, our dedicated grounds crewman. All right. While I remember it here. Spring strength is good, but motor should not be engaged. Steering should not be engaged on these. Save it. All right, cool. Got that updated. All right, and so our crew members are Make. We have RJ. We have Mayor and Moist. Wow, we have 3 M's on this flight. Okay. All right. Commander Mayor. I love saying that. Commander Mayor. Mayor Kerman. Should be good. Let's go ahead and put it on the launch pad, chat. Courage is for pilots. We just fix everything. Yeah. Ten to the power 15. Yeah. Well, what is that even called though? 10 to the 15th power. I don't even know what that is. It's not decillion. Right, that's to the 10th power. No, it's not septillion. It's to the 7, 6, X. What is 5? Quintillion? Or is that one, like, is that an entire 10 magnitude off of that already? All right, here we go, chat. Actually, before we start that, yes, we have electrical power generation. I need to time warp. I need a time warp. Our last mission was on day 96. Okay. Let's just go ahead and do that. I need a time warp many days. You're just gonna hang out in the truck for a while, chat. I hope that's okay. I hope that's okay with your Kerbals. Yeah, we need to time warp 12 days into the future. You think it's quintillion? That would be 5. I just don't know if that's for... Yeah, I think it should be quintillion, right? So 90... What was our last mission? 96? So, yeah, that should be fine. All right, cool. There we go. You guys spent a couple Kerbal weeks in the truck, okay? It's fine. Quadrillion or 1,000 billion if you're British? It's quadrillion. Okay. Cool. No. No, Naps, you're wrong. Yeah, no worries, chat. I'm sure the Kerbals are fine. They just spent 2 Kerbal weeks, in a truck with each other. Totally okay, right? It's totally okay, chat. Yeah, I see that, Charles. It's a big number for sure. You just didn't know math? Well, there you go. All right. Yep, we're gonna crash, chat, but everything's fine, right? Kerbals are fine. A minor emergency, we're all good. Where's the pilot? Pilot is right there. Are you talking about me? I had to step away for a second. You crashed? I did crash. I did indeed. But we didn't lose much of anything important, apparently. Oh, we just lost a light, chat. It's fine. We lost the light. Yeah, we lost the light. It's okay. No worries. Did you try hitting the pause button? I did not, no. As long as they landed head first, that's awesome. There we go. Hopefully that is close enough. All right. Time to start the ingress process, chat. Oh, okay, Thomas. Thomas is just gonna fall face first onto the ground. All good though. Okay, looking fine. Oh, really? We're gonna get stuck here? Is that really what's gonna happen, chat? There we go. Maybe. No? Please? How are we? Oh, perfect. That's perfect, chat. How long will this take? Yes, of course. Can I just get there to where we climb? Heck yeah, we can. Awesome. Thomas is going to go up, our pad ninja. And EV8. He's going to be upside down though. Perfect. That's the Kerbal we know and love. Okay. Rocket looks awesome, thanks. Glad you like it. Max Serva. If you lost those people, would you maybe restart the build? Probably. There's rules in how we play the game where if we lose too many people, we go bankrupt, and then yeah, it's gonna be the end of the save. That's why I'm always nervous flying Kerbals, you know? Especially multiple Kerbals, because you just don't know. Okay. All right, Skybridge is in place, chat. Skybridge is in place. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get Commander Mayor. Commander Mayor out. Very bouncy. Yep, that's just the way that the nature of the robotic parts. I need EJ's robotic parts that he made. EV8. Thanks, Panda. Yeah, what's up, Predominant? How are you? You missed a good mission last night. You went to the moon, or Minmus. You went to Minmus. Yeah, things went well. Wait, where did you go? Where did you go? You went somewhere. Yeah, you went on a flyby of Minmus, and you survived. So that's good. We have Pilot Moist stepping out. Is the hatch upside down? Of course it is. And I could have fixed it, but I decided not to because it's very Kerbal. You hate being put in danger in IRL? I feel like that's a common... I feel like that's a common sentiment, for sure. I, too, also do not appreciate being put into danger. Unless I put myself in that danger. Like skydiving, for example. That stuff is fun. But, yeah. No, well, not last night. I'm sorry, Andrew. It wasn't last night. It was on the 1st. So it was on Sunday? Is that when we did it? Sunday? All right. Keep it going, chat. Boeing built this launch tower. That's right. There you go, Warlock. Heck yeah. Like I said, unless it's you that you put yourself there and it's for like a thrill or something, then that's appreciated. But otherwise, just being put into danger is not. I don't think anybody really appreciates that. Poor Boeing. Yep. Poor Boeing indeed. But c'est la vie, right? All right. We have the final mission specialist, RJ Kerman, stepping out of the Love vehicle. The light utility vehicle. There we go. There you go, Andy. There you go. Oh, what? I thought I clicked the EVA. There we go. Wait, hatch is obstructed. Can't exit. Is a Kerbal actually obstructing the hatch? I think a Kerbal. I think Make is making sure that is Make is making the Greenhorn's life a little more difficult, obstructing the hatch so he can't. He locked the hatch behind him. A Love truck, yeah, light utility vehicle. Yep, the Love truck, where these Kerbal spent two Kerbal weeks inside of the Love truck because the rocket had to be time warped to get into the proper flight azimuth. But you know, would you say that you share the same frustration or anger as EJ with regarding Boeing Starliner? I guess yes and no. Like, it's definitely something that should have never happened, right? But also at the same time, I understand kind of more the reason why. But it's definitely inexcusable. Like, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, it's totally acceptable that this has happened. No, it's totally not. So yeah, I'm definitely frustrated. But I also, I guess, understand or definitely see certain aspects as to like the why. But it's definitely not good. Like, it's definitely, I don't know, management, company culture, something like, I don't know, you know? It's that sort of thing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get Commander Mayer in the capsule first here. Oh, that's good, RJ. That's fine. I mean, you have your helmet on, so you're kind of sealed in your suit, so nobody else should, you know, worry about it. Hey, what's up, Shogun? How are you? I'm still trying to decide which process has annoyed me more, Starliner or Viper. For me, probably Starliner, especially after this problem has already been seen in a previous mission, you know? That was probably the most frustrating part for me. Is that like, yeah, so you saw this sort of behavior before, and you may have thought that you did enough to analyze the cause and effect, but unfortunately it was not enough, so. Scrub, yeah, I know, right? Nope. Sorry, bud. Don't worry, you'll just seal him up in his suit. It's fine. Seal him up in the suit. You're good. Now for mission specialist Make. Yeah, I think Starliner for me just because it's been a longer issue, you know? There we go, and finally RJ. Walking down the sky bridge. I can't fit 5. I can only fit 4. Hence why there's only 4. And there we go. 4 Kerbals on board. Pad Ninja Thomas is heading away. In close proximity, yeah, something like that. Okay. Go ahead and bring it all up. and use the parachute. He doesn't actually have a parachute because he's an engineer for whatever reason. Yeah, he doesn't actually have one. I like the Starliner VR experience. That's the closest I want to ride. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that sentiment. At least with Viper, ideally. At least with Viper, maybe there's a chance it gets saved, right? That'd be pretty awesome. Come on, you can do it. There we go. All right, all locked out. Let's get Thomas on down the elevator here. Transfer you. And we'll get him to the DASD, the designated arbitrary safe distance, chat. Deviate. Hey, there you go. Absolutely. Go for it. Can you really not get into that from here? I'm kind of surprised. Normally you can just... Oh, there we go. All right, chat, and away we go. I don't think they can get the funds. They're on contract. The only way Boeing can get the funds through their contract is because it's firm fixed pricing, is through milestone based. And I think they've only gotten like, haven't they only been paid out like 1.8 billion out of the 4.6 billion that they possibly can? Because it's 4.6 billion as far as I understand for all 6 crew commercial crew missions. And I think they've only gotten 1.8 so far, and they've had to shell out like 400 million of their own pocket to pay for other things for it. So I don't think that if something is allocated for a program, they can't just reallocate it. To my knowledge, anyways, right? Well, I guess if the program is canceled, I don't know how that actually works within NASA, but still, I don't think that it would go to Boeing necessarily. But he does have an EVA pack. That is true. All right, chat. Let's go ahead and get the flight log up. Flight log. Year 2, day 112 for this mission. This is Celine, mission number 4, S4, launching at 0048. Nice. That all looks good. Standby. Let's go and get our flight up. Very good. Okay, chat. What can possibly go wrong? All the meme tax being paid. Heck yeah. All right, stand by, chat. We are T-minus 40 seconds. Can I get a go, no go pull from chat? Or we go for launch? Actually, you know what? Hold. Time out. Hold, chat. Let me check where we are on the pre-rolls. Oh no, we're good on the pre-rolls. Okay, resume count, chat. Or we go for launch. Resume the go, no go poll. Ads are still off. Perfect. All right. Resume go, no go poll. We are T-minus. We'll recycle T-minus 40 seconds from now. YouTube is go. Okay, YouTube is go. Twitch is go. All right, T-minus 35 seconds. You have the deploy. They should be on the lander. Hopefully. Hopefully. T-minus 30. All right, T-minus 15 equals on internal power. Equals in sequence. T-minus 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, main engine start, outboard engine start, lag sequence go. I did, RJ. Yep, I sure did. Vehicle is clear the tower. Vehicle's in roll program. There we go. All systems looking normal. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Yep, absolutely. What's the meme tax? Just, well, it's a meme tax, Smoke. The meme tax. You pay it when you want a meme. It's just a way for people to show off how many Twitch chat channel points they have. Like, here's 2,000, just take my money. Oh, and drink. Favorite candy. Ooh. Ooh, favorite candy. Goodness. I want to think about this because I don't want to get it wrong. Not that there is a wrong answer, just like I want to make sure it's actually my favorite. You know, I keep coming back to it. I think it's Butterfingers. Yeah. Is the abort system part of coding? It is. Yep. It is an automated abort system. So if we ever exceed 20 degrees from the commanded pitch, it will auto abort. There is a wrong answer, any but the right one. Yes, of course. You should be able to, Madchad, but I switched the bot over to Streamlabs, and I'm not certain if that's set up, but you can certainly try it. You look up the Streamlabs chat bot commands. Because I think you can do, can't you just do like commands? Or is it help? There are commands that you can do it. You're a Twix guy? That's pretty good. The right answer was Skittles. I'm not honestly a big fan of Skittles, honestly. I know, right? Screw me. But yeah, never really have been a fan of Skittles. Stand by for Miko. Eagle's gonna throttle down here ahead of Max Q. Throttle down. We can't be friends anymore. I understand. I understand. I don't blame you. I hope you know. We have Miko. Launch, escape, jettison. Great camera angle. I do say so. Did you find code on the optimal pit path? It's not optimal, but it is. It's basically just an open source or open loop trajectory. Pretty much all it is. Is poor Minerva ever going to fly again? Oh yeah, we have contracts to fly Minerva. We've just been stuck on the moon, and so our moon missions for crew require, well, a larger launch vehicle. But yeah, so there's contracts that we have for satellites in polar orbit around Minmus and Kerbin. So yeah, and we also have one around the moon. That should all be done with Minerva. Also, taking crew up to Capstone Station. As well as flying the commercial, sorry, I should say the community resupply and support logistic contracts should all be flown on Minerva. Minerva's goated. Minerva has been a workhorse. The only reason why it looks like we're flying a lot of Max Serva is because, well, we're doing moon missions for contracts at the moment. Caught the tower flying away, right? Indeed. You love the upper stage on Minerva? It's pretty good. Although this is technically supposed to be an iteration on that design. But yeah, I get it. Is SAS not allowed? What do you mean? I'm just flying. So the ascent profile is automated. It's just using Python right now. But once it gets into its desired orbit that it's targeting, 150 by probably 20 is when it'll shut down. Yeah, I'll take control and use SAS. Absolutely. Good breakaway of the interstage node. $150 should shut down here very soon. There we go. 157 by 21. We got plenty of Delta V. Awesome. Herbals are in space. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our target set. Looking good. Ooh, are we gonna be able? No, we can't. We're gonna have to come up to Apo and do a quick mission or a quick maneuver here. I don't really care about being in a perfect parking orbit right now. Just that we do make orbit, of course. There we go. And then pretty much if it's there, we need to start burning here. And I do want that free return trajectory. Perfect. But I wanted to get it closer. There we go. Periapsis. Whoops. Periapsis ideally. Oop, other way. My bad, other way. Ooh, that'd be pretty nice. Almost there. That's pretty much what I want. 98. That is on par. 98 there. Are we going to be mostly equatorial? Yeah, pretty much actually. That's a great insertion. Awesome. Let's do that. Let's make that happen. All right, RJ, have a good night. Thank you very much for hanging out. The capsule is not aligned with the ground. Well, yes it is. The ground is that way. What are you talking about? There's the crew cabin. Here's the ground. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not aligned? Or are you talking about previously? Because I was thinking ahead. Or if you're talking about the nav ball, well, it's just because I'm controlling from not the capsule right now. Can you post the station that the crisp payloads are going to dock with? Capstone, yes. Yes, I can. What did the crew bring for their zero-G indicator? Jeb, of course. What are you talking about? Yeah, if you're talking about the, if you're talking about that, then I understand. Who would it be? Mayor? Should be the same. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Actually, doesn't the internal one just show the control point as well, or no? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Imagine if this was Starliner, chat, it'd be broken already. Anyways. No, I know. That was mean, okay? I really like Starliner and Boeing. I'm just being mean. Alright, let's time warp to around here. Human Space Program. Yeah, Jim Breidenkerman. Yes, of course. Of course. All right, looking good. right, we got 2 minutes before a 58-second burn here. We'll time warp a little bit more. Rebels are looking happy. Hey, what's up, Dalek? How are you? Only yours works. Yeah, exactly. But the main company has made, some choices. Yeah, I tell you, I feel like it all kind of started going downhill for Boeing when they merged with McDonnell Douglas. Just because I feel like the whole company culture changed with McDonnell Douglas being acquired. Because didn't McDonnell Douglas come in, and basically all of the original Boeing executives were basically let go, and the McDonnell Douglas executives stayed in their executive positions, and so changed the company culture for the most part. Beautiful graphics. It's not bad, right? It's not bad looking. One of the weirdest acquisitions, yeah. It appears using the prediction command you can do it through Twitch using the channel points, but it isn't possible from mobile. So I'm out of luck for tonight. Gotcha. Okay, understood. Understood. No worries. Clean it up with the little RCS control. Okay, well, that's suborbital. That's perfect. That's a free return trajectory, chat. At 76, I'll take it. How are we doing inclination-wise? Inclination is good. Okay, chat. Well, that's where we want to go. Right there. Let's make it happen, shall we? Yep, that seems good. That seems fine. Okay. Yep, see, now we're aligned. How about that? So now if we look at view, yeah, see, now it's right. So the nav ball, even on internal view, just shows you what your control point is. It doesn't actually show it relative to the capsule. Okay, well, we're coasting, chat. Let's go ahead and extend. And extend. And extend. And then we'll go ahead and time warp to SOI change. Could be fun times, could be. I'd be down, absolutely. All right, time warp to here, and we'll start planning our required maneuver. How's the stream been, by the way, chat, in terms of stability? I'm trying something new tonight. So not only am I streaming to Twitch and YouTube, I'm also recording it, so that way I can make highlights that don't have the music background. I'm trying to record, because then I can record the non-music track. So stream has been very good on YouTube. Awesome. Okay, good to know. Does Kraken count as a RUD? Yeah, I'd say so. All good tonight? Awesome. Glad to hear. Thank you. Yep. All right, so let's actually get out of this, and then I want to find this guy. I think it's this guy, yeah? Let's check it. Last time there was a huge lag on chat. Interesting. Okay. I abandoned Twitch because of pausing. Oh, like you like to pause and then have your feed continue afterwards? Is that what you mean? This is the one. Ooh, nice picture right there. Bleep. Bleep. Cool. So that's the one. You know what? Let's actually rename it real quick. I want this to be configure vessel naming. This is actually going to be a lander. Bring that out. This is actually going to be DML. Dataless Lunar Lander. 5. Yeah. Okay. That's going to be our target. We got a rendezvous with that thing. Oh yeah, names? Fair enough. Oh, I see, Paul. I see. Gotcha. On my streams or in general? Interesting, Panda. But then you just yeah, that's true. Hey, fair enough. Are we going to do a moon flyby or low orbit sortie? We are going to do a landing is what we're going to do. Just this stream. Interesting. Well, I hope that has now been fixed. Because that certainly sounds annoying. Wait, what? Did I not just rename that? Well, whatever. I guess I didn't hit accept or something, but 117 by 104. And where are we at with the ascending node? Only 1.3 degrees. That's actually not bad. That's easily doable. How do I want to do this, chat? Because we could do it like here at this intersection point. We have the delta V. What would it be? Something like that? Yeah, we could actually do that for only 383 and we have 762. I'm fine with that, I think. That'll pretty much get us where we need to go. Yeah, that's true, Mad Chad, yeah. Easily. Easily? Did I say easily? Hey, that's, you know, there we go. Officially a new word. Awesome. The launch was easily nominal. Exactly. Because YouTube has been fine? Interesting, okay. Interdasting. Oh, that is true. Was actually pretty awesome. Is that we did finally, much to thanks to all the viewers on YouTube, get monetized today. Literally today, which is pretty cool. We should have like memberships and stuff, but yeah. That was a cool little milestone. Passing that 500 subscriber mark, hell yeah. We're officially a teeny tiny channel. Next is a tiny channel. And then a small channel. If you use it in a sentence and others understand you, why should the dictionary get to say it's not a word? That's 100% true, Inco. I mean, look at Google. People were using Google as a verb in their vernacular for like the last decade. And then only like 4 years ago, did dictionary finally put it in as an actual verb. So there you go. Perfect example. Google. Yeah, you know how everyone says, oh, Google it as a verb. Well, yep. That's fair, Andy, 100%. So that means probably easy? Yeah, easily. No, I think that means like easily, but it's separate. more easily, I think is what it means. It was just spelled Google. Exactly. Well, that's my point. Is that Google was actually not a word, spelled L-E, right? If we're going by spelling, then. And if so, have you seen the documentary about Challenger? Probably. Yes, I have. If you build a space station with a Saturn V instead of a lander, it would be a station module. Oh yeah, absolutely. They did that, right? They did that. They actually did that in real life, right, Andy? More easilier? Yeah, something like that. more easily-ness. 100%. Okay, let's go ahead and time warp, and let's first get sidetracked by chat for 5 minutes. Space Lab, yep. It was actually Skylab, right? Skylab, yeah, Andrew, right? Skylab. Yeah, they literally took the upper stage of Saturn V and just turned it into a pressure vessel, never carried propellant, and then there you go. You have your pressure vessel that carries enough life support for a couple of astronauts to stay on board. I miss Mir. Mir's pretty cool. All right, we are good to go there. Let's go ahead and time warp down. So this is going to be a 22-second burn in about 58 minutes. There we go, 25 seconds. Oop, wrong button. There we go. So that's where we're going. This is how we want to be. The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. There we go. Burn start. Would you consider adding a mod that's like free IVA? I'm not sure what that is. I guess it just depends. I mean, I'm not really against mods, just so long as they don't change the game by any considerable amount, I suppose. That seems pretty good, chat. 460. Mir was dead long before Armageddon. Armageddon was what, 2000? When was Mir actually canceled? Well, not canceled, but just, yeah, 2001. Yeah, Mir station operated in low Earth orbit from 86 to 2001. Yeah, so it was still there, right? Because Armageddon was in 2000. It was 98? Oh, man, I'm old. Yeah, so it was definitely still there. I mean, you should know, right? The cosmonaut was there. He was on station. All the whole propellant transfer and how they, yeah, that's just, no, absolutely not. And them docking with it rotating along that axis and not the other one, just, nope, stop it. Absolutely not. Anyways. Is that the first person mod? Yeah, it's, I think maybe. All right. So that's where we want to be. But this is where we are. So I need to go into a higher orbit. So 104 by 117. And we are currently 115 by 126. So we should be good almost as is. We do have a maneuver node to complete for our ascension. Our right ascension of the ascending node. We can go ahead and bring that into alignment. If the game would let me, please. Thank you. There we go. That should be pretty close to 0 right there. Another 10 meters per second. We'll go ahead and clean that up. And then at the same time, can I just do this? Yes, I can. Boop. And that'll give us 6.9 kilometers. 6.7 kilometers. And is that mainly a difference? Yes, it is. Cool. Okay, well, that's what we're gonna do. That should get us pretty darn close, chat. And it blew up because Michael Bay, yeah. Yeah, isn't it just weird and hilarious? Apollo Soyuz was the first object I was ever able to see from the ground. That's awesome. That's really cool. It's a mod that lets you go first person inside the crew module. Through the eyes of a Kerbal. It's like that, but for when you're on EVA, and I think it might make driving and boarding even cooler. Okay, I'll take a gander at it. It's called Free IVA? Or what is it called? You said it was like Free IVA? It's called Through the Eyes of a Kerbal. Okay. Let's see if I can't remember that. Through the Eyes of a Kerbal. All right, there we go, chat. We are lined up. It's going to be a 0.9. It's going to be a less than a 1 second burn. How about that? Go ahead and time warp. This makes you want to play. Despair. Yeah. Talk of Armageddon for sure. Okay, looking great. So let's go ahead and time warp a little bit closer. It's gonna be a 1 second burn, less than a 1 second burn even. Captain Failure coming in with the 41 Kerbal years of support. Happy birthday, Rocket Guy. It's not my birthday, but the sentiment is appreciated nonetheless. Much love to you. Thank you. Thank you. And shut down. Ooh, we overburned, chat. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. We'll clean that up with a little RCS. There we go. Also, did that station even have enough oxygen for that explosion? Maybe, since they were doing a propellant transfer, but yeah, I have no idea. I can't do a playthrough without the capsule IBA mods. They allow you to fly entire missions from inside the capsule. That's pretty cool. That is definitely pretty cool. Did you get to see the Challenger and Columbia launches live? Not Challenger, but Columbia, yes. I actually remember watching, yeah, I actually woke up to that mission, coming back in the early morning on the East Coast, I believe, right? I believe so. Watching it live and then seeing the breakup happening over Texas. I do very vividly remember that. That's where I want to go. So we're here. That's that. We want to take... Why is this called Max Zero? It's because we're still on top of the upper stage, of course. Let's go ahead and get rid of all the other things. Wait. Bring that back. No, not switch to set target. Ah. I watched Challenger live on TV. That was a bad day. Yep. I think the movie Prop C4 contains all oxygen it needs. Yeah, pretty much. All right, looks good. Set as target. That's what I want. There we go. And so essentially from this point, 180 degrees around, almost at apoapsis, I would love to see if we can't bring that in a little bit. Is that going to make it better or worse? %, it'll make it better. Oops, 700 meters, 800 meters. 500 meters, that's 17 meters per second. I will take that, chat. It's a good standoff distance. All right, another 5.5. We can probably just clean that up with a little RCS control from this point. Go ahead and warp around. That's awesome, Shogun. Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and Shuttle. What a time. What a time. And hopefully soon Artemis, right? Like, can't forget about Artemis. It is around the corner. If things stick. That's what sucks, man. I think that's the thing that sucks the most for me, is that technically speaking, it still seems wishy-washy about Artemis, about whether or not it's actually going to happen. Like, at least with like the shuttle and Apollo and Gemini, you knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of when. Like, there was a target. But like with Artemis, honestly, I have no idea. All right, looking good. That's so That's so mean, Warlock. Put yourself in timeout. So you're a true space nut, Shogun. You're a rare kind. I appreciate that. All right, 0.3 second burn. We'll just do it with a little RCS control. Artemis is leftover shuttle technology? I mean, that's technically true, right? It is a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. Same SRBs, except slightly bigger. Same sort of external tank materials and design for the core stage. I mean, it's definitely, there's some truth to that. But it's not like they just took shuttle parts and then put them on Artemis, right? Like, the external tank, I don't think, was originally designed to be the core stage main structural system for a payload on top of it, right? It was actually the solid rocket motors that held it to the pad, and then everything went through basically that through the external tank from the shuttle side. So it's a little bit different in terms of that stuff, but yeah, the sentiment checks out. Okay, that should do it. So from here, chat, we are going to say goodbye to our faithful friend here, who's going to start doing a separation burn, or departure burn, I guess you can say. Did I just run out of monoprop? Uh-oh. Did I really? Oh, interesting. Well, it's a good thing good thing this mission is basically over. Go ahead and start a departure burn. And impact trajectory achieved. Perfect. Back to this, and we're good. Okay, there we go. Hello? Game? Okay. Cool. Well, let's see what we can do, chat. I'm littering? I'm doing the opposite of that. Thank you very much. When this impact's going 200 meters, no, actually it'd be more from suborbital trajectory. It'll be 400 meters per second. This thing will have nothing left. It is a lumpy moon. That is true. All right. Again, we're controlling from here. CEV, that's fine. I need to target this, set as target. And then until then, chat, we shall rotate. Cool. The school even had television brought in. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's because it impacted. I was like, why am I getting that? Because it impacted, so I couldn't do actual science. Yeah, true. The movie they made about Feynman's investigation of it is excellent if you haven't seen it. Which one are we talking about? The Apollo Soyuz or Challenger? What did Feynman do? Ooh, what a shot. Boop. All right, let's see where we at. 3 kilometers separation now. What happened? No worries. Because we separated and whatnot. Let's go ahead and open that, and open that, and open that, and open that, and ignite this. Okay. Getting farther? Really? How's that getting farther? Well, it is technically right behind us, I guess. All right, well, anyways, we'll just go ahead and from orbital, we'll go ahead and circularize around this velocity, and then we should be able to kick over here soon enough. 300 meters on one more orbit. I like it, chat. We'll go ahead and do that. So from here, warp around. You have a question? Go for it. Such an amazing display of tower. Yeah. Yeah, that's what between 1.4 and like 1.58 TWR will get you on something that has those massive SRBs. Hell yeah. All right, so where is this thing? There it is. What's going to be our closing velocity here? 8.6 meters per second. That's easily doable with a little RCS. We might stop it completely, but we'll see. Okay. Little RCS control. There we go. Closest approach. Now 0.0 kilometers. Okay. The Challenger one of Feynman. Gotcha. Yeah, he led the investigation. Yep, that is right. The Feynman report. So crazy to me. So crazy to me, chat. NASA had a whole new, what is it called? Like psychological, is that what it would actually technically be? Or systematic? Essentially after Challenger, NASA actually had their own diagnosis, a brand new diagnosis for what happened and for what to actually diagnose that as. It's called normalization of deviance. It was actually like psychology experts came to that diagnosis. It was so bad that NASA had a brand new diagnosis for what they did. Yep. I'm being hyperbolic a little bit, but at the same time. All right, here we go, chat. Coming right towards our point for docking. And we'll go ahead and stop right here. There we go. A convo of leaks with helium was mentioned in EJ's chat a few days ago. Leaks always happen, no matter the spacecraft. I asked if there was a way to prevent that, so I was thinking, what if you freeze a seal to a certain point in the launch to prevent the leaks from happening? Is that possible? Freeze a seal? What do you mean? Like actually taking the materials and making them like sub-zero temperatures? Like actually freezing them? He was a fine man, he was. It's wild that a young physics grad student who worked on the Manhattan Project went on to take part in that investigation. Yeah. Exactly. If it's broken, but it works enough times, it's not broken anymore. Yeah, exactly. Just like certain thrusters. Damn. Yes. So I would think no. Smoke. Because the thing to remember about valves in particular is that the valve itself, right? Opening and closing, or opening and closing, however it actually actuates, is not a single part system. So I explained this a little bit, I think, a few days ago. But if you actually look at a valve, for example, right? You'll have something like a housing, right? With the solenoid in it. You'll have some sort of actuating part. You'll have some sort of filler here going into this, and then this is where you might have like your propellant or something like that, right? And so this actuator here will open and close in whatever way it does. Well, unfortunately, the way the valve is actually comprised is that this right here is like 5 parts, right? And unfortunately, not only is it 5 parts, but it's 5 parts of different materials. And so when you have things of different materials, each one of these things has different coefficient. It's called the coefficient of expansion. Basically how it reacts to contracting and expanding based on thermal loads. It has different thermal conductivity. It has different ways that it handles caustic materials, right? So it has all these different things. Each one of these parts has different things. So let's say you freeze it, you get it down to a certain temperature. Well, that might make this particular system function correctly now, but now this system doesn't function correct anymore, right? And then the whole caustic materials things, if you're using, NTO, nitrogen tetroxide, as your oxidizer, or monomethyl hydrazine for your propellant, for your fuel, these are extremely hazardous. These will corrode just about anything over time. So yeah, it's not like valves are extremely difficult to manufacture, to get right, especially when they have to operate in space because of the space environment, right? The space environment in general is extremely harsh, and not just because of like radiation. Honestly, radiation in this conversation has nothing to do with it, but the extreme thermal loads, the vibrations that the valve goes through when it's being launched, as we saw with the Peregrine mission, right? It's just, there's so much that goes into a valve, and when you have to have a perfect seal, like, good luck, right? So yeah, no, freezing it doesn't really mean probably what you think it means here, just because there are different materials, different parts. Freezing it would probably make it perform worse. Yeah, it all just depends. So unfortunately, valves are probably one of the most difficult things to actually manufacture and certify for different flight conditions. Just because, it's not, because they're different parts and different materials, they all have their different operating ranges. And if the space environment, where you can be in the sun at, plus 100 degrees Celsius on one side, and then in the shade on the opposite side at negative 100 degrees centigrade, like there's just no way. There's just no way to guarantee that a valve can function like that. I mean, you can verify it that it operates in that certain range, but eventually you're going to have some sort of leakage somewhere at some point, even if it's not failing, right? There's a difference also, of course, between failing, right? Failing your certification, or failing your operating condition, like what we actually have right now with the thrusters on board Starliner, and then also acceptable losses, right? If just like if you remember Tori Bruno with the Centaur had the fluttering valve. Basically, they saw that it's a known issue. They knew the physics behind that issue, and they deemed it at the time as potentially having acceptable losses, which is why they continued the count, because they didn't want to necessarily stop the count yet, because they thought that it might be able to seat itself and fix itself, right? But anyways, on any mission, because valves will leak, even if a very, very small amount, you will have acceptable losses. But it's this big thing right here, failing, that you really don't want to have happen. So it's tricky, man. It is very, very tricky. Anyways, if you compress the helium enough, radiation becomes a problem. Yeah, that's true. But helium also doesn't really like to be compressed like hydrogen, or similarly to hydrogen, not beyond certain points. So I hope that answered your question, Smoke. With so many variables, you would think there would be a redundancy in place. Well, see, that's the thing. There technically are, Andrew. There are redundancies, but when you have one of those valves fail closed, where it can't open, there's not really any redundancy that can happen. Because even if you have two valves in series to make sure that if one valve fails open, you have another one to stop that propellant flow. If that one fails closed, then, you can't do anything about it. Also, yeah, redundancy costs weight. It costs money and all that sort of stuff. Like, redundancy isn't always actually the best answer, believe it or not, from a systems engineering standpoint. Which is why you're supposed to design your system correct in the first place. All right, let's start moving in, chat. If only there were infinite time to design it correct in the first place. Atkins laws of spacecraft design. Started off as a joke, but they're actually real. They're actually pretty good. Ooh, Andrew, wait, please try and keep the language classy. Streamlabs has a language filter? I had no idea. I am so sorry, Andrew. But I got you. No, you're good. Are you timed out? Andrew, I hope you're not timed out. It didn't say you're timed out. It just says you're classy, or try to keep it classy. I said the A word. Yeah, I know, right? I need to turn that off of Streamlabs, apparently. Applies to far more than spaceflight, too, exactly. But yeah, this one's super important. To design a spacecraft right takes an infinite amount of effort. That is why it's a good idea to design them to operate when some things are wrong. This is also true. Design is an iterative process. The number of iterations is always one more than the number you have currently done. This is true at any point in time. Yeah. Atkins law of spacecraft design. Pretty, pretty good rules to live by, even in general. All right, looking good. Let's go ahead and target that. Yeah, I'll have to see what the, I didn't realize there was a language filter on there. I mean, I know there's obviously a language filter for good reason. But yeah, I didn't realize it was for that. It's kind of weird. All right, just taking it nice and smooth, chat. You know the drill. Okay. There we go. Looking good. Oh, wow. Interesting, Andrew. How do spacecraft approach in the space station? I figured the thrusters would push both bodies when used. Ah, great question. Our handy dandy Microsoft Paint here. So yeah, when you're talking about rendezvous RPO, right? Rendezvous, proximity operations, and docking, or particularly the ISS. So let's say you have your forward module here, you have Unity, you have the truss structures here, right? You have the everything else, Bezda, Zarya, and then you have your docking port, right? Essentially, how spacecraft will actually dock with the ISS is they will enter an approach that brings them out of the cross track. So in this direction is your cross track, and then in this direction is your in track. Basically, your trajectory will bring you to a point right here, at which point your velocity, right, can be nullified by thrusting upward. So you can stay right here in your, keep out area, right? This is your keep out zone. This is known as the V-bar approach. It's a very specific approach. So V-bar, also V-bar, it's called that because this direction right here is the velocity vector of the ISS. So you're approaching from the V-bar. That's quite literally what it is. But anyways, moving back at it. So we have this V-bar approach. From here, when you're at this location and you're basically just station keeping with the International Space Station, a single thrust in this direction will bring you along the approach corridor, right? The approach corridor kind of looks like this. It's generally a cone, and you want to stay in that approach corridor. And then because you thrust essentially once towards the space station to get your velocity moving towards the space station, all you have to do is then burn on the verticals and on the laterals in order to keep yourself in this approach cone. So you should never have to burn your thrusters toward the station. Does that make sense, Warlock? That's kind of how this works to some degree. So yeah, you should really never have to thrust in this direction, because then you're right, you get all of the particulates and expanding gases hitting the actual station and covering them with who knows what. Your hydrazine mixtures, your bipropellant hydrazine based mixtures, and it's hitting on the space station solar panels, and that's just not great. So in general, you can do something like this where it should never really require you to burn towards the station. Cool. Pretty long process. It is a very long process. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're trying to do right here for the most part. I'm trying to get lined up in a way that I kind of do that approach. And then all we should have to really do is do one single burn towards the station, like that, and now we're on track. There we go. So in an abort scenario, you don't push away from the station, you just shift your path out of the intersection with the station. Yeah, I think so. That's actually a good question. Abort. I think that makes the most sense to me, so long as you can push yourself out of the way and not hit anything else while you do that. But that's true. I don't know. That's actually a good question. I haven't specifically looked at abort scenarios for something like that. I'd like to think so. But yeah, that's a good question. All right, looking good. Try not hit that solar array right there. Booping the snoot, chat. We're about to boop the snoot. Oh, came in a little low. Yep, that would be my guess as well. There we go, chat. We're good. A little wiggly, but we're fine. Okay, chat. There we go. Saved. Mission saved. Not as smooth as our last one, but it'll get the job done. All right, let's get with our landing party, chat. Landing party is going to be, of course, our Commander Mayor. We also need our pilot. And then we'll bring Moist as well. RJ, you're staying up on station. Sorry, bud. Hope that's okay. You're here at the moon, so that's something, right? I know, I think RJ left earlier. So there you go. You can't complain, right? All right, there we go. 3 Kerbals down, 1 Kerbal remains. Let's go ahead and F5. Perfect. So that rendezvous at day 17. All right. Go ahead and fix our mission log here for the moment. This is going to be Selene 3. Sorry, Selene 4, my bad. Started at 9:04. Start date here would have been this time. On max server 12, by the way. Make sure you keep your mission log up to date, chat. There we go. Arrival 113. Ingress to DLM, that's going to be on that. 113. That's going to be at 3. 39, 40. 00. Close enough. Arrival to lunar orbit was pretty close. It was on day, it's 1 day to get out here, so 113. We'll call it 2, or maybe 132. That works. We'll say approximately. And then this is our new current. Okay, make sure we get the same Kerbals in there. Here we go. There we go. Seems good, seems good. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Misadventures and Element, it was Omni that stayed. There we go. Cool, all right. That seems good to me, chat. Perfect. Save. Okay. Well, let's see where we're going to be. They're in the lander. We just passed our landing zone, and it's going to be going into the night, so we're going to have to do some time warps here to make sure we land during the daylight. So, but we're pretty much on point with our orbit where we need to be, for the most part. Not worried about electrical charge or anything like that, because we have our solar arrays out. Okay, still gotta go around. Basically, I need this to be here. There we go. So one more orbit. We'll basically separate from here. Okay. Seems good. and undock. Okay, nice. Looking good, chat, looking good. SAS remains on. There we go. So where do I need to start my burn? Probably somewhere like here, so I can bring up the inclination to make sure we fly over it. That seems pretty good. Yep. And then there, bringing it down. Cool. All right, we got 9 minutes. 9 minutes to perform our checklist, chat. I figured we'd be having space elevators. I know, right? The space elevators really don't make sense. Almost in any capacity that you look at them. So like best case scenario, right? Best case scenario with space elevators, you can get what? Like, even if it's something on the order of like 10 metric tons. Like how fast does it go? Would you get 10 metric tons up a day? Well, with the rate that Falcon 9 is going, for example, you could probably get like 50 metric tons up in a day if we really had to get that way. So in terms of like up mass, it doesn't really make sense to use it. For down mass, what does it require to then get to the space elevator point for it to then come down? At that point, why not just develop other technologies like the inflatable decelerators that are very lightweight, that really expand out to slow your down mass, whatever you're trying to get down in the upper atmosphere. I feel like there's way better ways, right, than space elevators. But they are a cool concept. Maybe on asteroids? Yeah, at that point on asteroids, but how big of an asteroid, right? Because even some of the biggest asteroids like Bennu and stuff, like their acceleration due to gravity is like less than 1 meter per second squared, and like your escape velocity is like nothing, right? It doesn't have enough gravity for anything. So like your escape velocity, you could like just push up, you could just jump in the air, so to you know, colloquially speaking, and escape off the surface of like Bennu, for example. So inflatables are the next gen. I mean, that's the way it's going right now for sure. Inflatable habs, inflatable decelerators for sure. The full planet-sized Halo variety, yeah, okay. Are you going to activate the ring? Yeah, centimeters per second. That's what I'm saying. Like you could literally just like push off of it, and you're not coming back. Easily, exactly that one. Easily, 100%. All right. I just want to make sure of one thing. These are not locked. Good. And we should have this. Open editor. That all functions. Perfect. We didn't have that last time, chat. Do a little bit of a departure burn here. Make sure we kind of kick away from it a little bit. There we go. All right, well, let's go ahead and time warp. Let's actually first get oriented with that maneuver node. There we go, looking good. Okay. Go ahead and retract. Well, actually, we'll wait. We have 6 minutes to go still. Keep our battery fully charged, and now we will retract in preparation for this maneuver node. Great shot. Okay. 38 seconds, 10-second burn. This should get us on a trajectory for a landing at our Moon Arch outpost. That should be pretty good. Just eyeball it and slam the gas. Hey, pretty much. Pretty much. You're not wrong. Shut down. Where does that get us? Pretty much on target. Looks like we're gonna have to come south a little bit, but that's fine. We'll line ourselves up. We'll eyeball it, so to speak, once we're closer. Okay. That seems good. Let's go ahead and time warp here. If you cure aging, yeah. That's right. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our first deceleration burn. Bringing this over the top of it as well. Coast a little bit farther and then continue our deceleration burn. All right, bring it in. Looking good. We're aiming for that zone right there, where all the where all the debris is. Perfect. Okay, we'll shut it down there and coast a little bit more. All right, let's bring up our Python code. Let's get our test script out and run it. There we go. So this is calculating our time to burn in order to perform a hover slam. I just basically use it as a backup, make sure I don't miss our absolute last chance to save the Kerbals if we have to, but we have so much Delta V at this point, I don't think that I'll really need it. Okay, let's go ahead and continue burning here, and ideally pushing that trajectory out a little bit further as well. There we go, 150 at 15 kilometers. Wait, running a Python script to check your Kerbal navigation? Yep, I'm using a mod called KRPC. It's the mod that allows Kerbal to basically talk with Python. It also accommodates other programming languages as well. And then we have a Python package. Yep. That sounds like cheating, I know, right? That's our zone right there, chat. Looking good. It does not. I mean, it kind of technically does because there are mappings for Rust to work with Python. So you could basically develop a Python API for your Rust to call, and then you could use Rust for everything else. So technically, yes. Like if you use Rust for all the calculations and stuff, yeah, you can do that. Use something like what's that crate that Rust interfaces with Python with? Don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, that seems good. Go ahead and deploy the landing gear. Oh, game, please don't do this to me. Okay, we're looking good. That's our landing zone. We definitely have plenty of Delta V, so that's nice. That's a pleasant surprise. Well, a pleasant, I guess, situation. The vehicles use Rust with the core flight system. I don't doubt that. Rust interfaces with C, so why not? You don't want Rust in your spacecraft. Ask the early starships. Ooh, I don't know about that. I develop Rust for spacecraft now. K2 space. Rust is actually kind of getting huge in aerospace right now. 'Tis the time, so to speak, to actually use Rust in your spacecraft. I know K2 Space is developing their entire flight avionics in Rust, which is kind of cool. No 1201 alarm, exactly. Okay, chat, there we go. Coming in for a nice, easy landing. And a lot of embedded. Yep, that's right. It's pretty nice. I like it anyways. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. We're taking this through the arch. We are not taking it through the arch, but we will land close here at this outpost location where we have all the science experiments nearby that we want to operate. Man, this thing is high TWR right now. I'm trying not to and touchdown. Not bad. We're down safe and sound, chat. How about that? We're down safe and sound. Whew. Cool. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Get a couple landing shots in, all that jazz. I'm happy with it. What's your arch speed record? Probably like 100 meters per second. I know people have done like the orbit through the arch. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Not bad, chat. Well, I think that is going to have to be a good place to shut it down, chat. Yes. That's where we're gonna have to end it. It is 11:30. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, but that is gonna have to be it for me tonight because I got work once again in the morning. So much love for all of you hanging out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the continuation of the moon missions. We gotta finish this up tomorrow, not tomorrow. So next stream will be Friday. It'll probably be a long stream because we potentially have Polaris Dawn. Wait, is Polaris Dawn? No, Polaris Dawn is Friday morning. So I'll actually be streaming Polaris Dawn tomorrow, right? Or did Polaris Dawn get pushed back? Hold up. My life just took a crisis for a second. When are things happening? When are things actually happening? Polaris Dawn, you are currently scheduled for Saturday now. Okay, yes. So Friday. Friday will be the long stream, chat. Friday, if this sticks, we'll start streaming probably a little bit later on Friday, maybe starting at 8 p.m. Mountain, and then going until Polaris Dawn launch at 1:38 a.m. Mountain. And then covering probably the first hour of Polaris Dawn. So yeah, Friday will probably be a long stream, but we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, Polaris is Saturday 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, Eastern's time. Yeah, I'm in Mountain time. So what I've been giving out is Mountain time. But yeah, you're right. So anyways, chat, yeah, I will see you guys on Friday. Enjoy your Thursday. Enjoy your Friday if I don't see you. And we'll be back at it here by the end of the week. So peace out, chat. Enjoy. Toodles. Twitch, I'm sending you over to Raid Italics. All right. Hope you guys enjoy. And see you guys back here on the flip-flop.